Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know? Data scientists using Python earn an average salary of $120,000 per year. This statistic highlights the lucrative and in-demand nature of Python skills in the field of data science. Let us dive into Python for data science. Python for data science is all about harnessing the capabilities of Python programming language to manipulate, analyze, and visualize data. Python's simplicity and versatility make it an ideal choice for tasks ranging from data cleaning and transformation to complex machine learning algorithms. Python, the choice of 67% of global data scientists, boasts powerful libraries like NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib for streamlined data operations and insights. Mastering Python for data science isn't just about coding, it's about gaining a competitive edge in the data-driven economy. Proficiency unlocks diverse career paths in data analysis, AI, and predictive modeling. Throughout this course, we'll delve into Python fundamentals, data manipulation techniques, data visualization methods, and essential concepts of machine learning. By the end, you'll have the skills to tackle real-world data challenges and contribute meaningfully to data-driven decision-making processes. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to data science. 2. Conditions and loops. 3. Python list, tuple, set and dictionary. 4. NumPy. 5. Pandas. Let's dive in.
So the data science, the basic background, we need to know that one. So we are not going to write any hard code programs. So we are not going to write any lengthy programs, what we do there in the Java or any other programming languages. So there are many of the libraries are available and there will be a data set will be there. And we need to get the insight of this data. So we need to customize the data, which these machine learning algorithms can read and understand it. And all the insight of the data correct, everything will be done by these algorithms. So as a part of the data science, what we need to get the data, we need to customize the data, and we can just give to these algorithms. So that's exactly we need to do. And in very nutshell, correct, what the data science or the machine learning will do, it will do some sort of predictions, etc. Again, it can do the text analytics, a lot of things correct it can do. So this AI is going to be very core area. And it is very booming. So mainly it is used to do the data analysis and used to do the predictions. I'll start with some of the basic example, how the traditional programming and the data science, etc. it's going to differ it. So very basic example. So we might have used something like a Google Maps, correct? So the Google Maps, how it is going to work, if you want to go from one place to the other place, so what is going to happen? Maybe correct the morning 7 o'clock, we'll check the timings. So it shows that when from the source to the destination, it may take around 30 minutes, and the distance correct, it may show around 10 minutes. So maybe correct that 30 minutes, and the distance may be around 10 kilometers. So consider scenario, if you're going to check at 9 o'clock in the morning, so instead of giving the 10 kilometers, maybe it will show around 12 kilometers, and the timings correct may show around 40 minutes. Earlier correct shows me 30 minutes. And there will be 10 minutes difference will be there. So what could be the reason? At that point, correct, the system feel that one. So that's not the right route. Take at that point. So there could be reason that there will be traffic congestions, etc. So that could be causing the issue. So how it is possible? The system need to analyze the data and it want to give you the right information at that point. So if you write the traditional program, some of the programs we'll write in of the traditional programming languages. So whatever the time we'll check, maybe 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, again today, tomorrow, or maybe correct after 1 month also correct. If you check the direction, it is going to give you the same route. So, but something correct. So specifically correct. So other thing correct. If you're, so what you was talking correct. If you try to book some, if you want to buy a mobile phone from any of this e-commerce website, so the offers and the suggestions correct what you get. So that is going to be very dynamic. So maybe correct similar to that correct. If you can see that when if you want to buy something from any of these online food stores, so maybe correct your Zomato. So their offers are so correct. You can see that when this is going to be very dynamic. So maybe correct whenever you try to log into your mobile ID and your mobile number, And if you order the product, correct, so you will get the discount. So maybe correct one of the product you're getting around 10 to 20% of discount, or you're getting some cashback. So at the same time, correct, the same product, maybe correct, the same food your colleague is trying to order it. It is not necessary that he also need to get the same offer. So the offers, correct, it is very dynamically going to change it. So how it is possible? So based on your history and the sister field, that one maybe you can be a new customer, or maybe correct, you can be one of the prominent customer, and the company, correct, they want to keep that with as a customer, and they want to keep with that organizations or to the company, etc. Correct, they are just going to give you the offers, etc. So like that, it is very booming and it's very dynamic. So maybe correct, any of the discounts, correct, if you see that one, that also going to be dynamic. The earlier case, correct, whenever we go and buy some products, the discounts what you are getting, so maybe the discount is going to be maybe for a 1 month period, and all the customers, correct, those who purchase that product, they used to get around 20% discount. So now the discount also getting very dynamically changing. So, and most of the discounts, correct, it might not necessary that it will last for 2 or 3 days. Maybe correct, the discounts are only for a few hours. And today, correct, they are giving one discount for one product, and the tomorrow, correct, the discount might not be there, and they are going to give you the discounts for a different product. And also you can see that when the combination of the products also they are combining it. So for example, correct, there is something like a combined product. So if they try to buy one product, so there will be some additional discount for some additional product. So maybe might be correct if you're going to a grocery shop, and there will be offer saying that if you buy 25 kg rice, you will get some discount, maybe to the sugar or maybe some dal, etc. So how all these things are decided? The system need to understand what are the combinations the people try to buy it, and based on that, correct, the discounts and everything is very dynamically given. So how it is possible? It is possible by using the data analysis. So first of all, correct, they want to give some offers, they need to do the data analysis, and they want to understand that when it is really going to give some benefit. So based on that, they need to plan the discount, and they need to get some ins. They need to get, so it should be beneficial to both the customers as well as the organization, right? If the company is running some discount and eventually, correct, they are going to go to a loss, correct, there is no use. And if they are giving an offer and the people are not using that offer, right, and the sales volume are not getting increased, they need to dynamically change that one. So very dynamically they want to do the analysis, etc. Correct. This machine learning, the data analysis are very, very important. So that's what it is specified here. Again, there are different applications. So one of the applications, again, it is specified, that is called the face recognitions. Again, so this is again the connected reality. So earlier, correct, whenever we want to do some gaming applications, so there was some joystick, etc., where the people used it to go in front of the system, use the different connected devices, and they use it to do. So nowadays, correct, is not really required. So if you want to play some games, etc., correct, you can take some action in front of the screen. So the system is able to make the corresponding actions to you, correct. So all these things, correct, you are able to get by using the ML concept. So then the voice recognition. So that's again the idea behind the Alexa, etc. So that is called, comes under the natural language processing. So whatever the people talk, the system need to understand, and it need to give you the response out of that. So the broader sense, all these are going to be the different applications. Again, correct, the medical devices, again, to predict what is your disease, etc., based on the scan report, etc. So these algorithms are really going to help based on the lot of data analysis. So some of the cases, correct. So there are different applications. Now it is getting developed and deployed there in the remote area where the doctor's direct availability is very less. So they can just scan, and through the help of the computer, they can predict what would be the possible cause or what could be the result or the disease, etc. And the final thing, correct, it will be decided by using the doctor. That will be there in the second stage. So like that, correct, there are different applications what we have. So now, correct, if you talk about the Python here, so we will be starting with the Python, and the tool, correct, what we are going to install here. So we are going to install Anaconda here. So we know that when we can install Python separately, but the later point, correct, this curriculum is defined with the data science also as one of the component. So that's the reason I'll encourage you to install Anaconda, because whenever you're working with the data science, there are different packages are required, something like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, sklearn, etc. So all these packages, correct, it will be available. So all these libraries, correct, if we install Anaconda, it will be available. So do I need to help them to install Anaconda right now, or they will do it offline? Okay, it will take around 15 minutes. And if you want to try this installation part, you can directly try. So what you need to go to this anaconda.com products, and you need to go to this particular link, and from there, correct, you can install Anaconda. So if anyone want to install it in parallel, so the later also obviously, so this PowerPoint will be shared. So what I heard that it's already shared. Otherwise also, correct, I will confirm it, and I'll ensure that when you are getting this presentation, so that this is the link through which, correct, you can install Anaconda. So what you need to do, so you can just go to anaconda.com product/individual, and here you can just click on install Anaconda. So whenever you click on this, you will be getting three options. So one is for the Windows and the Mac, Linux, etc. So we are getting all three options, and based on your operating system. So what I understand that all of you are having Windows 10 operating system. So obviously, you can just download this. So this will be around 500 MB file, 60 to 64-bit graphic installer. So this is what, correct, you can just download it. So this is the place where you can install it. And this is going to be the screenshot, etc. specified. And any of you, any point, correct, this installation is going to success only if your operating system is Windows 10. And any of you are correct if you're using any other operating system like Windows 7, etc. So what you need to do, so there is one more link is specified here, and you can directly go this particular link, and this is having all the previous versions available. So that means, correct, the versions which are compatible for the Windows 7, etc. But I'll suggest you to install that in Windows 10. The reason, correct, all the latest modules, etc. will be available therein. All the updated versions you will be able to install there in Windows 10. So that's what it is specified. And based on your operating system, you can download it. And if the system is 64-bit or the 32-bit, you can just download the software and you can just get it installed. So the installation is not that complex. I've given all the screenshots here. So once it is downloaded, you can just double click on the exe file. And this is going to be the first screen you will be able to get. And you can click on next. And after that, correct, you can just click on I agree. And you can just install it further. And this is going to be the default folder. The Anaconda is going to get it installed. I'll suggest you don't change any of these particular folders, because the later point, correct, whenever we want to do additional configuration, it will be difficult. So whatever is the default folder coming, so let it be the same. Otherwise, correct, so we need to do some sort of manual configuration if you want to integrate with any of other tools. So specifically, correct, I'll suggest you don't make any changes. Let it get installed there in the default folder. And any of your system, if you are already installed Anaconda, so you no need to install it. And if it is already installed and if you want to reinstall it, so whenever, correct, the system try to get this particular folder, you will get an error message saying that this folder is already existing. So in that case, what you need to remove this particular folder, Anaconda 3 folder, and you can do the operation same. So the downloading, so based on your internet speed, it may take 10 to 15 minutes. It's a 500 MB file. And the installation, correct, it will take around 15 minutes of time. So after that, correct, we will be able to get next screen. And this is the screen, correct. You need to do this checkbox. So here, correct, if you do this checkbox, so what will happen? All the environment variables, etc., correct, the system will automatically create it. Otherwise, all the path variables, etc., which is related to Python, so we need to manually configure it. So to avoid that one, I'll suggest you to check this checkbox so that, correct, all the environment variables will be set by itself. Again, you can click on install. And after that, correct, so this is going to be the final page you will be able to get. So this is about the installation step. So any questions on this installation part? So I'll suggest you, correct, maybe you can install after the session. So the first thing, correct, I'll just give you some details, maybe, correct. After the session, correct, you can just install it. So today is the first day, correct, before tomorrow's class, get it installed. So just correct, at least we can note down this particular link, which is already shared there in the chat window, as well as you will get the same link from the present PPT as well. So the same thing, correct, you can use it. So now, correct, if I talk about the installation and how we can open the tool, I'll directly go to the start. So this is a Windows 10 system. And here, correct, after the installation, you will be able to get Anaconda 3. There is one folder will be there. And there are different methods we can open it. And so there is a concept called IDE. IDE is going to be an interface, correct, through which we are writing the code. So there are different IDEs available there in the market. So one of the IDE which is available, that is called a Jupyter Notebook. So we are going to use the Jupyter Notebook here. And similar to that, there are interfaces through which, correct, we can write the code. So that is called Spider. There is PyCharm. So like that, correct, there are different interfaces. So what it mean by that one? These are different interfaces through which we can write the code. So maybe, correct, if you're working on Oracle, etc., right? So where we'll write the code. So we'll write another third-party tool called the Toad, etc., correct? There we'll write the SQL commands. So like that, correct, it's an interface and it is nothing to do with Python or the data science. And this is an interface, correct? Through this interface, if you want, you can write the R commands as well. So this is a Jupyter Notebook as an interface. So it can connect to even Python, again, R, etc. And we can write the codes and we can execute it. So here we try to use a Jupyter Notebook because the training purpose, the explanation purpose, so the data, it is arranged there in the different cells. So it is easy for me to do that one. And the same code, correct, what we are writing here, it will work there in any other IDE. So specifically, correct, if you are using PyCharm or the Spider, it is going to work. So this is Anaconda, what we have. And here, correct. So after the installation, so you can go to this Anaconda 3. This is the folder we have. And here there are different options are there. So one is called Anaconda Navigator. And the second one is called Anaconda Prompt. And the third, correct, you are able to see the Jupyter Notebook. Again, in my case, correct, there's a Spider also installed. And even PyCharm is also there, that is installed separately. So that's the reason it is not coming. So after your installation, the first thing what you need to do, so you need to go to this Anaconda Navigator. So this is a one-time activity, correct? So that means we are setting up the Jupyter Notebook. So that's exactly we try to do. Jupyter Notebook is an IDE which we want to use it. So I just clicked on Anaconda here, and it is taking a couple of minutes to open it. So you can see that when the black screen is in behind, so it is trying to open it. So you can see that on the black, there is a green color circle is there. So that shows that when it is getting open. So it may take a minute or two to open it for the first time. So this is what, correct, I just installed Anaconda on Anaconda, the package. And after that, correct, what I'm just telling how we can open Jupyter Notebook. So that is what, correct, I want to tell you. So to open Jupyter Notebook, after the Anaconda installation, you can go to your start menu in your computer, and there will be a folder will be there, Anaconda 3. So this is the 64-bit installation. And if you're installing 32-bit or etc., correct. So this is a 64-bit installation. The corresponding folder will be there. So that is correct how it is organized. Maybe, correct, is slightly different. The normal folders will be there if it is on Windows 7, etc.
Okay, so you are opening the Jupyter Notebook right now.
Yes, correct.
And that is used to write the codes.
That is used to write the code, yes.
And Anaconda, if I understood correctly, is the engine behind which where all the calculations will be done.
So we can write all the Python. So this is actually a package. So you might be knowing, correct, the different tools we might have heard about. The Python, again, the NumPy, scikit-learn, matplotlib, all these are related to the data science. All these tools are directly available there in Anaconda. Anaconda is a package. So normally, correct, otherwise what we need to do, we need to install these individual tools or the packages separately. So to avoid that one, we're installing Anaconda. It is having all the required softwares. And we are writing all the Python codes, etc., which is there in Python, which is available with the Anaconda. So if you ask me, correct, can I install Python separately? Obviously, correct, you can just go ahead and you can download and you can install Python separately. And the problem will be that, correct, whenever I move to the data science part, it will be difficult for you to integrate with other modules. So that is going to be the problem. So here, correct, this is a package which is having all these softwares are available and coming as a package. So I want to make it easy. So that's the reason I'm asking you to install Anaconda. Got it?
Okay.
So once you install Anaconda, you can just open this Anaconda navigator. So it may take a couple of minutes to open here. And here, correct, you can see that this Anaconda navigator is opened here. And here, correct, there will be different environments will be there. So the environment is something like the folders, or maybe correct, I would say that when if you're working on different projects, so you can create different environments. So the environment is something like an associated tool which is related to that particular application. So that correct, you can create different environment. So in my case, correct, there are 3-4 environments which I created here right now. So by default, in your case, we are installing for the first time. So there will be only one environment will be there. The environment is going to be the base. So that is what you can see that one. Whenever you go to Anaconda Navigator, you open it. So you know correct how to open. You can go to Start, Anaconda 3. And here correct, you can just click on Anaconda Navigator. You will be able to open this page. And this is going to be the default environment. So when you click on this default environment, so this is the window you will be able to get. And here, correct, if you want to open Jupyter Notebook, so that's an interface through which, correct, we are writing the code. So the Jupyter Notebook, mostly correct, the first time installation, here you will be able to see the Jupyter Notebook. There are two things are there. One is called the Jupyter Lab and the Jupyter Notebook. You need to see the Jupyter Notebook. So the first time, the status is going to be something like an install. So that is what you need to see. The status is going to be an install, not it won't be launched. So if it is an install, what you need to click here. So for example, not here, the Jupyter Notebook, the same button, the status will be installed. So that is what correct you need to click install. Then it will install. So once the installation is completed, the status will change it to launch. So if you want to open Jupyter Notebook, this is what you need to use. So the first you need to click on install, wait for a couple of minutes, the status will change it to launch. And after that, correct, you can just click on launch. So there, correct, the Jupyter Notebook will be opened. So here, correct, so this is will be opened there in your default browser. So it's a kernel based application will be there. So whatever be your default browser, assume that your browser is going to be Chrome or Microsoft Edge. So in that particular browser, the kernel is going to open here. So just click on the launch button here right now. So I need to wait maybe a minute time. So let it open here. And also, correct, I talk about the different related packages. So maybe correct, I talked about the NumPy, etc. So this is the home. That is what I did here. And the next, correct, I can go to this environment tab. So here, there are different environments are there. And I am selecting the environment here, base right now. So the base, correct, and the base is the root environment. So that is what, correct, I selected here right now. So if I selected the base or the root environment, it is going to give you all the installed libraries, etc. Correct. So this is going to display. So I just spoke about some of the libraries here, so which we might be using NumPy, etc. Right. And if you want to check whether that library is available here, you can just go to under installed one and you can just check NumPy here. So if you check on NumPy here, correct, you can see that this is already available. And the version which is available, version equal to 1.20.1. So similarly, correct, if you want to check something else, so maybe correct pandas. So you can see that one, it is also there. So similarly, correct, if I just check something like Keras, so this is correct, again, one of the deep learning library. So maybe correct, you can see that one, it is not available. So any of the tools which is related, and if it is not available, so what do you need to, you can just check there in the not installed as well. So there is correct, there is a not installed option will be there. And there also correct, a list of packages, etc. will be there. And the one which I specified, correct, maybe the Keras one. So here, correct, I'm not installed that package under this particular environment. So in my program perspective, correct, I need that one. So something, correct, which is not available. And I won't require that one. I can go to the not installed part and I can just select that one and I can click on apply. So that way, correct, I can just install under the base environment, the base, correct, the root environment, I can install if any of the packages, correct, which is not installed. So the first thing, if you try to use something like the later point, something like XGBoost or any other component, the different modules we are going to use, if it is not there, so that way, correct, wherever it's applicable, we can install it. So it is not necessary that you need to install everything at this point, because there are so many other packages will be there. And if you install everything, right, obviously, the performance also will be too slow. So, but any point, if you want to check, this is the place, correct, you can check. There's an install place and you can just check here. So that's what you're able to see, the installed one. Now let me check. So this is the place, correct. Once you click the launch button. So once I am at this point, so what you can do here. So this is correct. Whenever I click on Jupyter Notebook, this is what you're able to see. So this is the kernel, and you can see that when the support number, etc., correct, it will be used. And if I want to write the Python programs, so what you need to go to the new. So here, correct, by default, the Python 3 is configured here. That's what you will be able to see. And I can just click here. So this is going to be the page which is available here right now. So here, correct, if you want to write any codes here, so you can just write here. So if I want to add two numbers, I can write a very simple program, a equal to 10, b equal to 20. And if I want to add these two numbers, I can specify print a plus b. So this is what, correct, you will be able to see. So like that, correct, we can write the codes in different cells. Again, if we want to add one more cell, we can add the cell. I'll give you the commands how we can add additional cells, etc. So this way, correct, we can just open the Jupyter Notebook. So any questions, any queries?
In the previous page, you showed you had 5 environments in your screen.
Yes.
What's an environment? Can you briefly explain it to me?
So in my case, correct, I am working on different applications, different projects, etc. So that's the reason, correct, I created different environments. So here, correct, you can see that on all the TensorFlow related packages, I created an environment with the TensorFlow and all the TensorFlow related packages, which I kept here. Again, there is one more tool which I'm using, Facebook Prophet. All the related packages which is related to that one, I just kept under that one. So this is something, correct, if you're working in different projects, etc. It is better to create, because some of the tools, correct, which I'm using under this particular project, I might not require in some other projects. So you might learn, correct, the machine learning is going to be a combination of machine learning, deep learning, etc. There are different tools are available. So that's the reason, correct, I just customize it based on my requirement. So maybe, correct, I want to use R from here. So you might be knowing, correct, there is something like data science with Python and the data science with R. So if I want to write some R code, etc., I need to install the related packages. So that is what, correct, I will create a separate environment for R and I will keep it here. So the environment is used to give some of the modules which is related to that. Is it clear? But at this point, correct, I'll suggest you no need to create any additional environment. And if you want to create an environment, you can just go to environment and you can just, so the later point, correct, whenever I go to the advanced topic, I'll show you how we can create the environments. So at this point, correct, so no need to worry about that.
And then the right-hand side are all the default installed packages or under base root environment, or you manually had to install them?
So there will
be, I can see.
So here, correct, there will be a set of packages by default, it will be available. And in my case, correct, I added something extra, so which is required for the training purpose, etc. But no need to worry about that one. As and when, correct, whenever I cover that particular portion, I will show you which are the additional packages which you need to install it. So at this point, whatever the default is there, it should be there. So that is what, correct, I come to that at this point. So here, correct, you can see that one. I am, because whenever you're doing for the first time, correct, so sometimes, correct, the Jupyter is not installed. So here, correct, if you go to Anaconda Navigator, so what will happen, your installation will be easy. So there are other ways, correct, I can install Jupyter Notebook. So I don't want to complicate the things, because obviously, correct, this is an IDE. No, this is, correct, a GUI, graphical user interface, where the people can easily install it, right? So that's the reason I told you the first time whenever you are opening it, so you need to go to Anaconda Navigator, check this way. Otherwise, correct, those one, once you're experienced, correct, there are different ways to install Jupyter Notebook. Don't worry about that one. So I am assuming that when all of you are new to this course and you might not have much background. So that's the reason I'm starting with the very simple ways.
After launching the Jupyter Notepad, by default, there is one environment is open in the by default browser, and then you have selected the Python 3. So what does that mean? Means is there Python 3 means is there any previous version is something is there 1 2 why it is showing as a name Python 3?
So here, correct, what will happen? This is a Python 3 by default, it is coming. And similarly, correct, as I specified, the Anaconda is going to be a package. Jupyter Notebook is an environment through which, correct, we can write different codes. So maybe, correct, I'm using the same environment to write R. R is another programming language which is similar to Python, and we can use it for the machine learning, writing the machine learning codes, etc. Right? So if someone they want to configure both R and the Python in this particular environment. So there, correct, sometimes, correct, what will happen? You will get one more option for R. So that is going to happen. So there will be one more option for R will be there. But here, correct, we are most restricted to Python. So that's the reason, correct, by default, the Python is coming. So that's what you need to click.
Okay. So it's by default, it's showing Python 3 by the installation.
Yes, by the installation. And which is the Python version is coming. So that is what correct.
Okay.
So the later point, if you configure with the other tools, it will be there.
It will be showing. Okay.
Yes. So I want to open the Python and I want to do correct because the other programming languages, the syntax might be slightly different. So we don't want to use that. Okay. So this is correct. The notebook, correct. It is going to be a very general purpose tool, right? So if you want, correct, we can connect to Spark or many other languages, correct, we can connect it and we can write the code. So that way, correct, the notebook is going to be right. So some of the cases, correct, if you want to write the SQL commands also, so we can customize the notebook and we can write the SQLs as well. So it need to connect to the corresponding SQL and it needed to pull the data from there. So this is correct, as I specified. This is not specific to Python. So this is more like a general purpose IDE where, correct, we can write the commands. So there is something like a Databricks notebook, etc. So which we can write a statement which we can get the data from different databases, etc. So all these, correct, this is going to be the base. Okay, fine, it's clear. And I showed you, correct, how we can open it for the first time. So this is the first way. Again, correct, if you are very sure. So the same thing, correct, if you want to use by using your, I don't want to go through the GUI, the graphical user interfaces. And I am more on, I am experienced on and I have programming knowledge, etc. So the next option, correct, I can get the same thing by using this option. There is one more option will be there, Anaconda prompt. So that also, correct, you will be able to get. And you can click on this Anaconda prompt. The first one is Anaconda Navigator. So this is going to be Anaconda prompt will be there. So here also, correct, you can see that one. You will be able to, by default, it is pointing to the base. So that is correct, the root, the same place it is getting pointed. So similarly, correct, if I want to go to other environments, there are commands are there. So that's the commands I need to write and I can go to the other environments, etc. And here, correct, I can create an environment by using GUI. So here also, correct, I can create the environment. So by using the commands. So whenever, correct, if you want to create a folder, etc., correct, we are writing the command prompt. We'll write make directory MD command. All this correct. The deleting a folder. So normally, correct, there are commands are there. So that is correct. We can do that one. So it's up to us. And the people, correct, normally those who are very familiar to the mouse button, they will go there. And if you want to create a folder, for what they will do, they normally right click and they will create the folder. But the same way, correct, if you want to create the folder, I can go to my command prompt and I can go to this particular folder and I can use the respective commands, correct, make directory or the clear directory, delete, all these things, correct, I can do. So same way, correct, here also I can do the options. So if the same option, correct, if I want to do, so this is the default directory, it is there. And if I want to create the environment, here also, correct, I can create it. And the same thing, correct, initially correct, I showed you a list of libraries correct or the packages, whatever it called, it is installed. The same thing that if I want to get it here, I can use a command like pip space list. So it is going to list all the packages correct which is installed here. So the same thing correct, it is going to display by using GUI. And here correct, if I want to search something, pandas or the numpy correct, easily I can search it. But here correct, I need to use the corresponding commands to check whether it's there or not. So obviously correct, if I want to check whether whatever I checked there earlier, the numpy, etc., which we are going to use earlier, you can see that one, the numpy version, same is installed 1.20.1. Same correct, you will be able to get from here as well. Again, the next one, what I specified, that is called pandas. So again, it is again alphabetically ordered. So you are able to get the pandas here. So that's what you can see here, 1.2.4. So the same thing correct, you will be able to get. And so the way correct how we open the Jupyter Notebook there, we just click on the launch and we install it here. Install file from using Anaconda Navigator. And from here correct, if you want to launch Jupyter Notebook, I can just type Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook. I can just type here. So this is going to be Anaconda. So you can just type Jupyter Notebook. It is going to open the same thing. So there is no difference as such. So this is another way. We can see that when the corresponding details are running and the default browser correct, it is getting open and you will be able to get the same folder. And here also correct, if I want to use, you can use Python 3 here and you can write the commands here. So this is the one correct which I installed by using my Anaconda Navigator. And this is correct directly from Anaconda prompt. So the same command correct, if I want to execute it, you can just copy here and you can just execute it here. So both will work, there is no issues. So that is going to be the second way. And we connect to Anaconda Navigator. And here also correct, if you want to install some new libraries, etc., there is a command called the pip space install, or there is something like a conda install. There are commands are there. So here, what we need to do, Anaconda Navigator, we need to select and we need to click on apply. But everything correct, we need to do by using commands here. So that's going to be the difference here. So this is the required correct whenever you're doing for the first time. So the third time onwards correct, once you're experienced, if you want to directly open the Jupyter Notebook, you can directly give Jupyter Notebook here. You can give there in the search here. You will be able to get, or what you can do here, you can go to your Anaconda and here correct, you will be able to get Jupyter Notebook here. So here you can click on Jupyter Notebook for Anaconda 3. So here also correct, I have different Jupyter Notebook. Why I'm getting different one? Because I have different environments. So each environment correct, there will be separate notebooks will be there. So in my case, I want to open from the root. So we are installing for the first time correct, you will be able to get only one. And this will be available only after installing it by using Anaconda Navigator or something that correct. The first time it might not be there, but the second or the third time you would be able to get. Again, I can click here and again, it is going to open the same window. It is going to open the Jupyter Notebook. So this is going to be the third instance. So this is going to be the third time, third way correct, which we can open it. And again, the quickly correct, if I want to open it here, I can just type here Jupyter Notebook. So the search window correct, you can just type and you will be able to get. So that is what you can see. So these are the different ways through which we can open the interface to write the code. So this is what correct I want to practice today. And I'll just stop here for the time being. And we'll continue from tomorrow as well. So at least correct, I want you to complete the installation and get this particular page where you can write the code. And maybe correct if you want to type something. So maybe correct, you can just type maybe print and you can just give one statement, good morning. You should be able to execute it without any issues. So that is what correct you would be able to see. So this is a brief flow chart of condition statement. So there will be a condition will be there. And once the condition, if you want to check, it is going to be an if. And whenever correct if statement is not satisfied, and if you want to check the next condition, we can go with the elif statement. So one thing you need to remember, it is not else if. Some languages, it will be else if, but here it's going to be elif. And obviously correct the else, it is going to be the same way. And the flowchart also you can see that one, if condition will be there, and if the condition equal to true, a set of statement will be executing. And if the condition equal to false, another set of statement is going to, condition equal to false, whatever correct, which is specified, it will not be executed, and the flow will go to the next part. So that's what you can see. So if I directly go to an example here, and if I want to open Jupyter Notebook, I can directly type Jupyter Notebook here. And today, correct, I'm not going through Anaconda Navigator or Anaconda prompt. So directly I try to open Jupyter Notebook here. And one thing you can see that when the Jupyter Notebook, the kernel, it is getting opened there in your default folder. So if you're not comfortable with this folder, it is getting opened there in your default browser. And if you're not comfortable with this browser, and if you want to open there in Chrome or any other browser, you can just open the same browser, whichever you have. And there, correct, you can try to give the same URL. So whatever is there, correct, you can try to give, and there you will be able to open it here. So the same thing, correct, you will be able to open. It's not necessary that always you need to work only with the default browser. So wherever correct you want, you can open it. So now I'll go to a new Python 3. And I will be going here day 3. And it is going to be introduction to Python here. And if I want to write an if statement, maybe correct, I'll just write a equal to 100. And if I just go b equal to 500 here. And if you want to check a condition statement, so this is going to be if. And if I want to check a greater than b, I can just write a greater than b here. And what I can do, I can press enter key. So this is the syntax. I need to give the colon here. And after that, correct, you can press enter. And I can just specify, or maybe correct, I can give a print statement. And there I can just print a, and which is greater than b here. So this is what correct I can use it here. And here, obviously, this is a variable and this is a string, and this should be within quotes here. And this is what I try to check, a greater than b. And here, correct, I'm not able to get any result. The reason is that a is 100 and b is 500. So the result correct, you can see that when the condition is wrong. So that's the reason you are not able to get any result. So now correct, I'll change this to 600 here. And if I execute this statement, you can see that when you are getting the result. So this condition is satisfied. So how the flow will be there, it will check this particular condition and the condition is not satisfying. So it will not execute anything. And to ensure that when I reach the end of the program, I can just give a statement like end. So it will check this condition and this condition is false. This statement is not getting executed and it was directly go to the end and it is printing end here. So a couple of things you need to notice are in the syntax perspective. And obviously correct a greater than b. After that correct, you need to give a colon. And this space is also an important thing. So here correct, if I just try to give the print statement at the beginning, you will get an error because that's what yesterday I specified. The spacing or the indentation is very, very important. So whatever you specify here at this particular level, the system by default understands that when all these statements are part of if statement here. So here there is no concept of brackets to ensure that when these are the set of statement inside the if statement. So if there are multiple statements we want to write it, so what we can do, we can just give the same level, we can just write it here. If I want to print a as well here, And if incorrect, I want to print B as well here. I can just specify B here and print A is greater than B. So this is what correct I have written here. And maybe correct, I'll just give another number. I'll just reduce this to 300. And here correct, I'll make it as 500 here. All the three statements are getting printed because all these three statements are part of if condition because all of them are there in the same level. So you want to practice it here. So maybe correct, I will just pause here for a minute so that in parallel you can practice as well. So I know that you all know the logic, but maybe correct if you want to try with the syntax. So are you able to do this? Any questions? Any syntax error?
No, but how do we, like, probably I missed it in yesterday's class, but how do we put space in between any of the character we need to print? For example,
so here where you want to keep
yeah, 500 and greater than there is a space, right? So it comes with comma or space after comma?
No, here correct. There is no space as such here. So this is the default. It is coming here. And if you want to add additional space, this is correct. You can just give the space here. So you'll be able to get additional space here. So this is whatever was coming earlier. That was the default gap.
So how would you remove that gap in case you want to remove them?
So this is the default one. So maybe correct, we can just try to concatenate those. Maybe I can just specify str of. So I can just try to do a concatenate here. So here correct, you can see that it is too close. So both are different, correct? Because I'm printing A and B. So by default, correct, you will be able to get a minimum gap. And the specific reason, if you don't want to give any gap there, just make it as a single sentence. So for that one, I'll make it as a. So here also, correct, if I try to print A comma B here, I'll be able to get a minimum gap here. So that is going to be the default. One space will be there. And that's what you're able to get. And here, if you don't want to display that one, make it as a single text. And to make it as a single text, I just concatenate it. So the str, I cannot directly concatenate it here. I cannot directly add the plus symbol because this is a number. So that's the reason I'm converting that to a string here. And after that, I'll just try to concatenate it here. And here the space has gone. And the system will consider this is as a single string. And this is going to be the separate one. So here you can see a space here.
What is the end scope of if statement? I mean, as you printed the end inside the print function, so is this ended with this end statement, or is there any other syntax?
This is a statement, and this is part of the main program, and this end is not part of the if statement. So that's what you can say. And
how we identify?
No, this is not nothing to do with the program. This is a free text. So whatever correct, you can just mention anything. So just to ensure that it is printing something. So that correct. So there is no end statement is not required. So whatever it's writing here correct, that is more than enough. There is no specific end statement is not there.
So where the if statement scope will end in that case?
So the if statement scope will end here. So here correct. So this is based on the indentation, the spacing. So all the lines which are at this particular level, that will be part of this if statement. So here correct, you can see that when this is not part of the if statement because the spacing is not it is not there in the same level.
Okay.
And now correct, if I just keep this print also directly under this print statement, now this is in scope of the if statement.
Oh, sure, got it.
So that's what you can see in this example. So these 3 lines will be part of if, and so this is part of else part. And if I want to add something, print A, comma B here. So these 2 are part of the else because both of them are there in the same indentation, same spacing. And this space is going to be, you need to assume that if you are at the 0th position, you can press tab. So the space is 1 tab. That's what you can specify. This is going to be the space, or manually correct. If you want to give space, you can just give space 4 times. 4 times space key, you can press it. That's going to be the space. So otherwise correct, whenever you enter else, then press colon, press the enter key, automatically correct, the space is going to come.
So the next statement should be in a new line after else, or either we can write it in front of else statement after giving the tab.
It is not possible. So that is correct. You need to write there in the next statement. So here you can see an error. So that's what we are giving the caller here.
Yeah. How do we handle multiple if condition, or we are going to cover that in next topics?
So multiple if conditions, I'll
like we have 4 variables A, B, C, D. If A is greater than D, B and C is greater than D.
So same way correct, I can go with the if, or if we want correct, I can go with the else if as well. If I just go here. So here correct, I'll just remove the else part. So this is print if A greater than B. So that is fine. So next correct, if I want to give if.
No, that's okay. But can we handle it in single if statement? That's what my.
So single if statement correct, that is going to be elif, right? So that is going to be the elif.
Okay.
So separate if statement, if you want, you can give it. Otherwise, it is going to be elif. So this is going to be the elif, and I can specify B greater than A. The same way correct, I can just specify, and I'll be using this here. We're going to print A, print B, and we can specify B is B greater than A here.
So elif is as good as else if, right? In
yes.
Other program.
Yes,
no,
correct.
But I would like to know, like, if we have 4 conditions, 4 variables, A, B, C, D.
Okay.
And we would like to handle 2 conditions in single statement. Sorry, 1 minute.
So that is correct. You can give and or right. So that is one thing you can do that one.
So and is operator.
And A equal to 100.
Or C is equal to D, or greater than or equal to any condition. So and is our operator which can be used, right?
Yes, correct. So that's what we discussed. And you can use and or.
Or yeah, either based on what you want to do, what operation you want to do.
Yes, so and or not, etc. We can use it.
The Boolean one, all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
So here, okay, 300 is greater than 100. So both the conditions are getting satisfied here. And here correct, if I specify, maybe correct B equal to 50 here. 100 is greater. So here correct, this part is getting executed. So here, okay. So this is correct. Both the conditions are getting failed. And if I want to make it as an or here, this is going to be or. So A greater than B. So here correct, you can see that when this condition is satisfying. So this is an or statement, A greater than B. So A is 100 and B is 200. This is false, but this is true. That's the reason this statement is getting executed. And it will come out from the if statement. So even though correct, this condition is true, B greater than A, it will not check. The reason is correct. So we will be knowing if it's an if else if statements are there. What will happen if the if statement is satisfying? It will not check the else if part. So both the conditions are true, right? The B greater than A, B is 200 greater than 100. It is not just checking here. The reason correct already this if statement is executed. It will directly go to the end. So that's what you can see here as well. Okay. So in that case, correct, if you specifically want to check this statement as well, I won't be able to use else if here. I need to use if statement. So based on here, correct. If I make it as an if statement, both the statement it will check.
So it would be two different if statement in that case. It won't be a continuous. Right?
No, it will be two different. It will not be continuous. So that is what correct based on my requirement. I need to take a decision. Whether I want to go for the if elif or I want to go with the else statement. So else statement is not mandatory. If you want, you can keep it. Otherwise, you can ignore it.
Right. We can also use the tuple or list in if condition, right? There is no such restriction. So if I want to check any value within the list of 5 to 6 or 10 variables, like if we have created a list or a tuple, so we can write a condition wherein if A in or contains in some sort of syntax is supported here, right?
That is supported, but you need to write it in a proper way.
Yes, exactly. That's what. But there is no restriction as such, right? Because we need to first,
A equal to 10, 20, 30, and I have something like this is a list, and I have the B here. B equal to 20, 30, 40. This is the list, and if A of 1, I'm just getting this 20 equal to B of 1 here.
B of 0, right?
Sorry, yes, B of 0. Something correct I want to check.
Yeah.
So that way correct.
Also, if we have a variable C, let's assume, and if we want to check whether the variable C value is a part of A and B.
So then
it's a dynamic. It's a
so that means correct.
C as let's say 40
to 20.
20.
And
okay.
If this is the condition and C in A.
All right. C in A.
So that's what correct. The in or not in we need to use. And we need to specify here.
So that's possible. So dynamically we can write that code which can derive the value dynamically.
Yes, that is what we discussed, correct? All the different operators, logical operator, then conditional operator, in and not in, is, not is. Again, we can combine all these things, less than, greater than, etc. So that we can do it. So only thing, right, whatever you're writing here, it should give the result as a true or false. So whatever correct, we need to give the result as true or false. And it will check the true or false based on whatever you specify in and or. So that's what correct. All the valid statement you can just do here. So that is what I specified. There is no bracket, there is no end. So it is purely based on the space. The spacing correct, whatever indentation, what they called us. So which is comes under this particular level, system will assume that one, it is part of if statement or whatever is correct. So here I have only one statement here. And if I just specify something, print, and I want printing A here. So here, correct, this is not part of the if statement. So this is a part of the main program. And if I keep under this one, so this is the same level, and this will be part of the if statement. So that way, correct, it is going to be there. So now, correct, if I just wrongly give some, okay, this is 20. And if I just give something like 50 here, obviously, correct, this condition is going to be wrong, and I'm not able to get anything here. But if I just specify A there in the first part, 0th position, it is printing because this is not part of the if statement. So that way the if statement is going to work. Again, same way, A greater than B, B greater than A. And in between, correct, what you can do if you want to give print B there in the next line, correct. The next line character is going to be \n. So you can just give a \n here. So that's also common, right? $500 is greater than 100. And here the \n is going to be the next line character. So you want to give that, okay? I have A, print A, print B here, print C, and I can specify print A, B, C. It will be there in the same line. And if you give it in separate line, it will be there in the separate line, it is getting printed. And if you give comma separated here, it will be there in one line. And they are also correct if you want to give B there in the next line. I can just give something like a \n here. The \n is for the next line. So here, correct, you can see that one, it will be there in the next line. And this is an example with the else if and the else if here, and we are just checking the condition. And again, correct, if you want to do the nested if, so we can do that as well. So this is an example for the nested if. So we are just checking A equal to 40. That's what we are assigning here. And if A less than 100, we are just printing A is less than 100. And inside that one, correct, we are just checking whether A is between 50 and 100. So that is what, correct, we try to do. So we are just checking one if statement inside the if statement. So this is called the nested if. And here also, correct, you need to ensure that when you are giving the right spacing. So here you need to ensure that when you are giving the right spacing here. So otherwise, correct, if I just move this if statement here, this is going to be the main if statement, but this will not be the nested one. And here I am giving a space here. So that shows that one, this statement is part of this if statement. And else if, this is related to this if statement, and that comes under this if statement. So this if, elif, else, which comes under the if statement here. So what we try to do here, so we are just checking whether A is less than 100. And inside that one, I'm just checking whether A is between 50 and 100. And here, correct, I'm just checking whether A is between 20 and 50. So that's what we try to do here. And otherwise, correct, we are just printing A less than 20 here. And if this condition is not satisfying, it will check this particular condition. And here we try to check it is between 20 and 200. So that is what, correct, we'll try to do. So there is no point to give 20 here. Obviously, correct, it will not check 20. It will come here only if it is greater than 100. So there is no point to give 20 here. Even if, correct, if you give 100 also, there is no a difference here. And the text, correct, you need to update it accordingly. So it might not be properly mentioned here. At least, correct, the syntax perspective, it is clear, right? How we can write it. Any questions on this nested if?
So now in this case, if I want to remove the spacing in front of print in second if statement, then where will it go?
Which space you want to remove it?
In second if statement, before the print statement.
So which spacing you want to give, remove?
So click before the print and then delete this.
So this is what you are telling.
So that will work with second if statement or first if statement.
If I keep like this is part of this if statement.
Okay.
And ideally correct, if I write this one, this will give you an error. The only reason correct, in this if statement, at least one condition is required. One statement is required. So here correct, this is part of the main if. There is no other statement part of this one. I'm getting an error here. So at least correct, I need to give something else here. Then correct, it should be okay. Print A here. So then it will work. And here correct, again, all these issues will happen. So the problem here correct, I have an if here. And after that correct, I'm just giving some statement, which is part of the main. And after that correct, I just try to give the elif here. I'm getting the error here. The only reason correct, I'm not getting the flow. So this is the if. So if is fine. And that if is over. So that's the reason I'm giving a sentence which is part of the main if. And after that correct, I try to give the else if. So this else if is part of which if? The system is not able to identify, right? So that's going to be the problem here. So the spacing perspective, if I move to the little left here, it will be part of main. So maybe correct what I can do, I can just move this one to left here. No, I'll keep it here. And thereafter correct, if I want, I can push this here. So now correct, this is part of the main if statement. And obviously correct, I need to keep like this. Again, else is again part of the main. Then again, it's a problem where this else if will go. No, that's what correct. I don't want to confuse much. I hope correct, you got it correct.
Yeah.
Spacing. So that way it is going to work. Again, this is again one more example. Here correct, we are just checking A is between 10 and 100. And these codes might not be that optimal. Already correct, if you're checking A less than B, again, we might not need to check it is less than 100 or something. So it might be already checked here. But I just want to show that one, if you want to check something in between, this is what we can use it. So that is what correct I specified. So now I just go to the next loop statement, specifically correct the loop. So if I want to execute a set of statement repeated multiple times, I can use a for loop, while loop, etc. And the main difference between the for loop and the while loop, if you want to use the for loop, you need to specify how many iterations. If you know correct how many times the statement need to execute it, in advance we can go with the for loop. And if you're not sure how many times the statement need to execute it, then correct we need to go with the while loop. And the while loop correct, it will end based on the condition. As long as the condition equal to true, it will execute it. So for example, if I want to write a for loop here, I can specify for I in a range of 10. So what is this range function will do? Or maybe correct, I'll keep it as range 5. Yesterday I discussed the range will correct, it will have the value from 0 to 4. The range correct will have the value from 0 to 4. And what I will do, if I just print I, so that is what correct you can see here. It is printing I, so that is correct. It is printing 4 times here, or 5 times here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means correct, this statement is going to execute 5 times, and that is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, sorry, 5 won't be there, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now correct, if I want to add 5 numbers, so maybe correct, I can write a for loop. I want to add 5 numbers, I can write a for loop here. And initially, correct, if you want to add a few numbers, So maybe correct, I'll just give the variable total. That will be 0, which I'm just defining it here. For I in range of 5, it will execute it 5 times. And each and every time correct need to accept a number from the user. So if I want to enter a number, I need to use an input statement. So specifically correct, if I just give A here, and I can specify input, and I can specify enter number. If I just do here, and if I print A, you can enter a number. So this is asking the user to enter the number. I enter 50 here. So that's what you're able to see. So now correct, if I want to add two numbers, so I can use two input statement, enter number 1. And similarly correct, I can just give my next statement that is equal to number 2 here. So I can just specify B input number 2. So now I want to add two numbers, C equal to A plus B, and I want to print C here. So this is a small code to write the numbers. So this is the first number. I'm just specifying 20. Next one correct, I'm just giving 30 here. And this is what you're able to see. Additional spacing formatting you can do. So this is 50, again at 20. So I'm just getting the result here. So here correct, why I'm getting the result like this. So by default correct, whatever you enter it, the system will consider as a string. So in the string correct, if I specify A plus B, it is going to concatenate it here. So that's the reason you can see that one, you're getting the result as 50, 20. So this is not adding it. Even though correct, I enter the number, it will be considered as a string and it is getting displayed like this. So now correct, I want to add number. So basically correct, I need to convert that to a number. So if yesterday correct, we discussed how we can convert a number, not the number correct, how we can change the data type from one type to the other, integer to string, string to integer, integer to boolean, etc. And if I want to convert this to an integer, this is what I need to specify. int means correct, it will be converted to an integer. Again, if you want to convert a float, I need to give the float here. So now if I just give here, this is what you're able to see, 50, then 20 here, you're able to give the result here. Again, here correct, if I try to do, just try to do a multiplication here. And 2, I'm getting an error. The only reason correct, I cannot multiply string A with the string B. So that's the reason, even though correct, you assume that one, I'm expecting the result as 4, but I'm getting an error because this is a string. So ensure that one, you're doing the proper conversions if you're accepting the value from the keyboard. So here correct input. Now correct is going to work. I can just specify 20 and 10. I'll get the result as 200 here. So now I want to add few numbers, 5 numbers, right? I can write a for loop. So total I specified as 0. Is it clear? Any questions on this? So similarly, correct, if you want, whichever the operator you want, you can use it. The mod, percentage, then floor division, etc. All the operations you can do, use it, all the operators.
If you write without integer, then it's give the error A into B something, C is equal to?
Yes. So that is what correct you are able to see here.
Okay, is there? Sorry, my bad.
So the reason correct, this is a string and this is a string correct. What it mean by 10 into 10 in terms of string.
Okay, understood.
So that's what you are specifying. I cannot multiply sequence by non-integer type. This is a string, right? It is not able to multiply.
Okay.
So can we convert these variable into the numbers? I mean, into the integers before the operation?
Wherever you want, correct, you can do it. can, if you want to convert it here, I can try like this as well. After reading, we need to convert it.
So in that case, in the entire program, that will remain as integer.
Can we try to input any string and then see?
So what you can see here, correct? You try to do it here.
So now these numbers are will be the integer and entire program whenever we use the variable. Right?
Yes. So now, correct, if I want to print print A, and I can specify print I can specify type of A here.
We need to rerun, right? Rerun the cell and then check.
I hope I might have, okay. I don't know what happened. Okay. I might not have rerun it. Okay. So here, correct, you can see that when this is an integer. So wherever you use A, it will be an integer. So similarly, correct, if I want to convert this to float, etc., the same thing, correct, you can do it. Float, you can just do here. So now, correct, you're asking if I enter a string here, day, you will get an error, right? Because the day is a string and you won't be able to convert this to an integer. That's what you're asking?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So they're correct. You cannot convert to an integer, you are getting an error. And obviously, correct, the multiplication also going to be a problem. So that's a valid statement, right? Valid statement. I'll just convert here. And I will keep like this. And I'll just give here as a day. And I'll just multiply by 3 here. So here, correct, is another way. So I'm entering a string the first. I'm entering day. And after that, correct, I'm entering an integer. That is 3 here. And what it will do, it will multiply the string by an integer. So that shows that one correct. The day will be multiplied 3 times. The 3 times correct. It is something like a repetition. The day is coming 3 times here. So that's what it is specified. So the first one is a string. It is not like that. What I try to do here, it is something like a print. And I have the string here as a day. And this is what correct I'll do here. 3. So what it mean by that one? Multiply day 3 times. So what it mean by day need to be repeated 3 times. So the same logic, correct, which I applied there. One is a string and another one is not a string.
And when we use the add operator here?
So the add will be a problem here. The add will not work, right? Add is a problem. So what's a result you are expecting? I cannot add an integer to a string, right? So if you're expecting something like a concatenation, then whatever you're entering this integer, that need to be converted to a string. So if you both are integer and if you're keeping an add, it will be the concatenation here. So this is again total for I in range of 5, print I. So I want to add 5 numbers. I'll just make it as 3 numbers or maybe 4 numbers here. And if I want to add total, okay, I want the user to enter the number, print.
We are executing the statement with A is equal to input your age and B is equal to enter your name. Okay. And I have given a statement as C is equal to A plus B. And then I was trying to print that in quotes your name and age is, and I have ended that quote and then write C and enter that bracket. But it is giving me an error at C. So what am I missing? I'm not sure.
So can you just repeat it again? So the first correct, you are giving an input statement.
Yeah, two input statements. Then I have stored the concatenation in C. Okay, so C is equal to A plus B.
Yes.
And on the next line, I have given a print statement saying print in quotes your name and age is, and I have ended the quote, and after that I have written C, that is the variable which is getting concatenated, and then I have ended the bracket, but it is saying invalid syntax near C.
Okay. So here equal to your name and age, and you're just giving here a C here, right?
Yes.
So here I can just specify Wednesday and the age equal to 20, and this is what you should get it.
Okay, I have not given a comma actually.
Okay, you need to give the comma because this is a separator, right? Because this is a string. So each and every component need to be separated.
Okay.
So if you want to print A, B, C, etc., it need to be separated. And in between, correct, if you want to write your name, I can specify here as A. That's what correct. You need to give the separation here. Comma, you can just give age. And I can specify here as B. Then I can specify name and age. And I can specify C. So this way also you can write it. Your name, Wednesday, and the age 20, name and age. So this is a concatenated result. So each one need to be separated by the comma and semicolon, etc. That's what we need to do.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. So now, correct, if I want to add a few numbers and just specifying total equal to 0 for I in range of 4 and A equal to enter the number. And what I'll do, I'll just specify total equal to plus equal to A. So total equal to 0 for I in range of. So I want to add 4 numbers and it is going to give you the result here. So here we know how many times this statement need to be executed. It will ask 4 times and you can enter 4 number and you will be able to get the result. But consider a scenario if you're not sure how many times this needs to be executed. So maybe correct, I want to write a statement. Whenever the sum is greater than 100, I want to terminate it. So the total correct, as long as the total is less than 100, I want to execute it. But whenever correct, my total is greater than 100, I want to terminate it. So maybe correct, the total can be reached to 100. So maybe after 2 iterations, or maybe correct after 3 iterations, maybe correct after 5 iterations based on the input what I specify. So that kind of scenario correct, I might need to go for a while loop. So here correct, this is a fixed number and there correct, I'm not sure. So I can just give something like total equal to 10 and I can just replace this with a while loop, while. And what would be the condition? I want to check whether I have reached till 100 or not. The total less than 100, it need to execute it. And the rest correct, it is going to be the same. The total plus A. So now correct, if I try to do here, I'll just enter 50. Next correct, I'll execute at 60 here. So obviously correct, 50 and 60. After 2 iterations, we reached 110. It is getting terminated. So now correct, if I execute it again, it is not necessary that I may reach 100 in 2 iterations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, after 4 correct, I reach 100. So here correct executed 2 times. So here correct, you can see that this is executed 4 times. So that is correct very dynamically. And if you're not sure how many times we want to execute the statement, then we can go for this while condition. And if you are sure the number of times we want to execute the statement, then we can go for the if statement, not the if statement, the for loop here. Is it clear what's the difference between for and while?
So,
And you,
Noel, yeah, one more question that is related to for loop. Can we not exit in for loop in the middle? I mean,
so we can exit it, yes.
We can exit?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll come to that later. There are break statement is there. Through the break continue statement, we can exit. So that's what you're asking, correct?
Yes.
We can use the break. I'll show you that. So if you want to try with a small for loop, you can try. So small correct, not take much time. So the for loop.
Yeah, sorry, Noble. Suppose like I want to write a table of 2, right? So basically in other coding languages we used to do a for loop. So is it like here we need to use a while loop for the same, because I have not understood that why is it not fixed that the statement executes twice, sometimes in while loop, sometimes it executes 4 times. So how would we know that which one to execute based on our logic or based on whatever logic?
So I didn't get what you're telling. You have a table.
So for example, I need to execute a table of 2. Okay. For that,
what is my table of 2?
Table of 2, 2 into 2 ones are 2, 2 twos are 4. Like
okay,
that.
so you're telling that you have a matrix and there are 4 elements here. Okay. Which is going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is what you have. Right? Okay.
No. Not matrix. I mean table of 2 as in 2 ones are 2, 2 twos are 4, 2 twos are 6. So I want to display the table.
Okay. So that means your table, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 into 2, 2 into 4, etc. Right? Okay. So you're telling that 1 into 2 equal to 2, the mathematical table.
Yes, the mathematical table. Okay. So suppose I want to execute that. So is it like for loop is going to execute only between the range, and while loop is something which is not fixed, that how many times it will get repeated. So in that scenario, how will we limit the iteration of while loop?
So that is what correct. The for loop normally correct. You might need to. So normally correct, the table is going to be 10 into 2, 20. So that is correct. You want to use 10 times, right? That should be the normal, right? So the same thing what you can do, either you can write a for loop, or the same way correct, you can do a while loop with a increment. So what correct, if you want to make the while loop also, you want to execute 10 times. So here what you need to do, I can change this condition. I'll start this one, my while loop equal to 1. I can just give something like I equal to 1. And I can just specify I less than 5. So it is going to execute 5 times. And here correct what I'll do, I'll just increment I also. I equal to I plus 1. This is correct I can do here. So it is going to be the fixed number right now. So it is going to be 20 then 30, 20. I'm not just checking whether I reached to 100 or not. It is something correct. It is going to execute 4 times. So that means while I less than 5.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of these statements about Python's role in data science is true? Option A. Python is rarely used for data science projects. Option B. Python lacks libraries for data manipulation. Option C. Python is the primary language for data scientists. Option D. Python is only used for web development. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to dive deep into Python for data science? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll master Python for data analysis. It's like a Swiss Army knife for crunching numbers and finding insights. Our curriculum covers everything, from basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are industry pros with years of experience. They're dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions, and the reviews speak for themselves. Our students rave about how this course has transformed their skills. Joining is affordable too. This incredible learning opportunity fits any budget. Ready to become a Python data wizard? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
1, 2, 3, 4, it will execute it. Or if you want to execute it 5 times, you can give equal to 5.
That means we can limit the iteration of while loop. It is not something which is not fixed, that it executes twice or it executes 4 times. It is not like that, right?
No, it is not like that. This is purely depending on this condition. So it is not like correct. So as long as this condition equal to true, it will execute it. Whenever the condition becomes false, it will terminate it. So if the condition becomes false after 2 statements, it will terminate it. If the condition false after 5 statements, it will terminate it. How we are making that condition false, that is up to us. Because I want to increment by 1. So obviously, correct, you know that one, it will become false only after 5 iterations, because I'm giving an increment of 1. So similarly, correct, if I want to make a false after 2 or 3 iterations, so I'll do this increment maybe correct 2. So now correct, this initially correct is 1. Now correct, since I have given the increment of 2, it will be 3 here. So quickly correct, after 3 iterations, it will terminate it.
Okay.
Because this is the increment correct, which I give it as 2. So this is purely depending on the condition. So how we are making the condition false, that is our responsibility.
Yeah, so this variable total will flush out. It will come like, if I again write a program using total, I think it is restoring that same value.
If I write a total here, it will be the same. If I write a total here, it will be the same. Whatever you will get it correct, 380 will be there.
No, okay, so now this line number 85 is not a different statement from line number 84.
Okay, so here correct, this is a variable. And this variable is having the value, the total, what is calculated from this particular for loop, and it will have the same. So what normally correct, any of these type programs, what you will write it, will initialize that one to 0, right? So normally correct, if you want to start with 0, otherwise correct, assume that if I define some total like 1000 here, somewhere in the top, that is still valid. So now correct, I create one variable. That will be the scope, right? The scope is not within this particular cell. The scope is within the entire notebook. So if I define total equal to 1000, that is what correct I did here. And if I try to execute this program, what I'm just trying to do that one, add whatever you're entering, that's a number. I need to add to the total. What is the current value of total? That is 1000. So if I just give 10 here, it is going to be 1010 right now. 20 here, then 30 here. So now correct, this is adding to 1000 and you're getting 1060. So that is what correct. Normally each and every program we need. That's the same with all the programming languages, correct. So normally we will initialize the variables. So the starting of the program, right? We need to make it a 0 or 1. So that way we need to do it. Because the scope of this variable is not only within this particular cell, It is across the program.
So in that case, can we declare the scope of this variable?
So by default, correct.
I mean, that is public or private in that type.
Public, private, that is outside this notebook, right? All this, that is part of the Python that we can define it. So that is outside this notebook. If you want to make it as public, all this correct, that is still available as a part of Python. But if I want to make within this particular while loop, you just initialize it. I won't be able to make only within this one. So the public and private concept that is there, then oops concept that is still there. This is, I'm just talking within this while loop. So there, correct, if I want to keep it, we can just keep it as total equal to 0 somewhere we can start it. So total, correct, total. So this is the same code. We are not going to write the same code within public. If I just do it here, we're able to see that one. Now we can start it from 0.
If you define any variable inside a loop, inside a for or if loop or any block, it won't be accessible outside the block, right?
We are not going to, it is accessible.
You are using total because total has been defined outside. Now suppose inside a while loop you create a new variable called x and try printing it outside in the new cell, then it won't be accessible, right?
So this is the same, correct? The variable will have the scope across this notebook. So this is one program. So if you define a variable and instead of total, right, I'm just creating some variable and I just gross sales and just giving it as GS, and I just define here as okay, and I'll just give something like a gross sales, and I'll assign the value total to gross sales here. And if I just print GS, it will be available outside. I don't think any programming language within the loop they are defining the variable scope. It should be the entire program. So that it is. So whatever the total 200, that will be assigned to the variable GS, and that you are able to access anywhere in this Jupyter notebook, not some other book. So here, correct, it is not within the cell. So this is actually going to be one program, even though correct we are writing in different cells. Hope that is clear. So this is a while loop here, and I just printing 5 times. The number is A. So here, correct, A equal to 1. And as long as A is less than 5, it will be printed. And inside that one, I'm just increasing A here. So the same thing. One more example here. So this is what you can see. The loop start and X less than 10. It is printing 10 times here. Okay. So now, correct, I'm using a for loop. And I'm using, so maybe correct, I can write different ways as well. I'm just defining a list here, A equal to 10, 20, 30. Then for I in a range, I can specify length of A. And here, correct, I can just print I here. So now, correct, you can see that one, how many times this for loop need to be executed. That is decided by the length of this list here. This is a list or whatever you have here. So based on this, correct, the for loop will be executed. So it is a bit dynamic. So based on my list or the tuple, so that is going to decide. So maybe, correct, if I want to, because whenever you're creating a list or maybe, correct, some table or something, you're not sure, right, how many records will be there in the table. So if you want to process all the records, what normally we'll do, we'll just get the length. The length is going to tell me how many rows are there. So that many times if you want to execute it. So something that we, correct, if you want to do, we just try to get this length, and the length is going to give a fixed number, and that many times this loop is going to execute it here. So that's what you can see here. It is executing.
So, now can we put the condition with the I variable here? So for example, I is less than or equal to 20. In that case,
I less than or equal to
20.
So inside this, I cannot use an AND statement. And if you want to execute maximum, right, and I have a big number, so what you need to do, if
No. So after that statement is started for I in range, right? So with I can we write the condition I is less than or equal to 20.
now there I cannot write the condition. So you need to put it in a different way. So what it in by 20, the length should be 20, right? So this is a range function. I might not be the range function, the syntax is going to be something different. I can just give here a length of a, comma, and I'm just giving a small number here, 10. So here, correct, this is what it may happen. So the range function, the syntax is different. The range, correct, the syntax is going to be three values I can give it: start value, end value, and the increment. So here what it will do, the starting from 3, the 3 is nothing but this is going to be the length, and it will execute till 10. So that is correct, 3 to 10, correct, will execute it with an increment of 1. That is going to be the default one. So now the range function in the syntax may be correct. I don't want to give an increment of 1 always. There, correct, if I want to give an increment of 2, obviously, correct, I can do here. So here, correct, I can just give 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So because, correct, it is giving an increment of 2 here. So that's the range function, correct. I need to have an integer. How we are generating that integer, correct, that is up to us to decide. Because with the condition, correct, always it will be true or false. That will not be possible. So maybe, correct, I have another list here, and the B having a more numbers here, 70 here, and here, correct, if I want to give instead of B, I want to give something like LN of B here. So it is starting from 3 up to what is going to be the length. I can specify in that many times. It will execute with an increment of 2 here. So that is 3 and 5. That many times it is getting executed. So the range, correct, the conditions directly I might not be able to use. Otherwise, correct, I need to use the condition and I need to derive the value. Got it? Okay, specifically, correct, your intent is that make it simple. So this is what you have, and you want to execute whenever, correct, you want to terminate at 20, right? So you don't want to execute more than 20, if I understand. So make it like this. It will execute up to 20. So that means maximum will execute only 20. Whenever correct is greater than 20, it will terminate it. So what I just doing here. So one is the length, and here, correct, if I directly want to get the values also here, right, I can do that one. Here I use the range function here, and without range function, correct, I try to give a. So here, correct, what it will do, it will pick each and every value from the list. It is not with the range function. So here you can see that one, it will pick the value 10, 20, 30, and that is what, correct, is going to print. It will execute 3 times corresponding to each and every value which is there in my list here. So that we also, correct, I have written the loop here. So now this is what we try to generate a series here. So this is one of the example for a nested statement. So here we try to generate the series. And anyone have any question on this logic? So here, correct, what we try to do, we try to write a for loop for I in range of 5. Assume that, correct, if I give I in range of 5, what will happen? It will execute 5 times. So what I need to do it here, the first one, correct, it need to print 1. And 1 need to be printed 1 time. 2 need to be printed 2 times, 3 need to be printed 3 times, 4 need to be printed 4 times, 5 need to be printed 5 times. So that's what I try to do here for I in range 5, that is equal to 0 to 4, it will be there. If I print I, that's what you are able to get. 0 to 4, it will be there. So next what I will do, this 0 need to be multiplied with 0 times, 1 need to be multiplied with 1 time. So if I want to do that one, already I know correct. If I want to repeat 3 times, a string can be multiplied with a number. So for example, if I want to write Wednesday 3 times, I can do Wednesday and multiply by 3. So what it mean by that one? The Wednesday will be repeating 3 times. There are other ways to do that one, but this is the logic that we try to apply here. So the same thing that we try to do here. The 1 need to be displayed 1 time, 2 need to be displayed 2 times. So that is correct. I'm just multiplying this one with the I, because this needs to be multiplied with 3. This needs to be multiplied with 4 here. So that's what we try to do here. Print I into I. So now if I just execute this one, this is the result you are going to get. So actually correct, this is an integer, and that is multiplying, because 1 is multiplying with 1, I am getting the result as 1. 2 is multiplying with 2, I am getting the result as 2. And 3 correct, I am multiplying with 3, I am getting the result as 9. I don't want to get that one. I need to repeat 3 times. So what I need to do, it should be something like a string. I'm just converting this to a string here right now. This will be converted to a string. So that correct, you will be able to get like this. So that's what it is trying to do here. So it is something like str of 5. So that means correct, this is not a number. And that correct, we are repeating 5 times here. That's exactly we have done. And that need to be, so this is correct one, a repetition 5 times. And that is inside another for loop. That is what we kept here. So this is something like a nested statement. I cannot say that even this is nested for loop. The nested for loop, correct, one for loop inside other for loop. So I hope correct is clear, right? You have to quickly try this statement. I'll go the next statement here. So this is actually going to be nested loop here. So this is what I have. I have a list here. And inside that one, correct, what I'll do here, I'll just try to print each and every value here. So this is correct. I can see that when I'm printing pen, pencil, book, toy, that's what correct I'm printing it here. So similarly, correct, I have one more list. So that's another list which I have here. And what I will do, I'll just try to print. Just make this as A. And this is equal to B here. This is A and B here. So now correct, if I print A, it is printing each and every string from A, that is I'm getting school and college. And inside that one, correct, I want to repeat B. So for that one, what I need to, I can write one more for loop here. For I, now for instead of I, correct, I can just write another variable J in B. And I can print J as well. This is correct, I can just print J here. So now this is something like a nested loop. So I have the value, and inside that one, correct. So this is going to be the outside loop. Corresponding to school, it is repeating 4 times here. Next, corresponding to college, it is repeating 4 times. So that's a nested loop. We are writing a for loop inside other loop here.
Suppose we want to take input of list from user, then how do we do that?
So that is correct. I can get the value. So what correct? If you want to, you need to get individual values. Specifically correct, the users might not be able to get individual values. The same thing correct, we can just get append to the list. That is one option correct, we can directly do it. So it might not be able to directly do it. I'll just show you the append statement, how we can add the value to the list. So you'll create an empty list. And if the user correct enter 10, 20, 30, etc. So what I can do, so what would be the termination condition? How many elements will be there in the list? I can
maybe 5.
5 correct. I can give a L1 here. I'm creating an empty list here. This is an empty list. And for I in range, this is one of the way, range for I in range 5. Input enter number, and that is going to be A, and this is correct L1. This is my list one dot print A, and I can specify print L1 here. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 here. And here, correct, this is creating a list here right now. The user need to enter 5 numbers, and it is getting appended to the list here. So now, correct, this is a string, and if you want to append like a number, you can convert that one. So you can just give an integer or float.
So, so can we create the same in a tuple as well? It's like a dynamic creation of list. Can we do the same in tuple as it is not mutable?
Tuple, no, we cannot do that one.
So it's like that input function will not work on tuple.
So this way, correct, it will not work. But eventually, correct, what you can do towards the end, correct, that list can be converted to the tuple, right?
That is you have already made.
So
make it unmutable.
So here, correct, I won't be able to use the append statement. So now, so this is what I'm just talking here. So this is a nested for loop here, and one for loop inside the for loop. I'll just repeat this statement one more time. So now, correct, there is someone was asking how to use the break statement in between, correct, if you want to break. So there are two statements are there. One is break and another one is continue. So there is a break statement. It will terminate the loop and transfer the execution statement immediately following the loop. That is one option. Continue means, correct, it will terminate the remaining statement actually. So that's what the continue statement does. So here, so this is what you can see. Each and every value which is there in my B is repeating 2 times. So now if I just use a continue statement here. So if I use a continue statement, what will happen? The rest of the statement within that particular loop will not get executed. So that is correct. This statement will not get executed, and it will goes to the beginning of the loop and it will start executing it. Whenever it sees this one, the rest of the statement will not get executed. So that's what you can see. So I use the same statement, and if I use a continue, it is actually correct. Just terminate the remaining statement, and the rest of the statement it is going to continue. Terminate the remaining statement, the control will goes to the beginning and it will continue. First it is printing pin, and after that you are seeing the continue, it will increment it to the pencil, it will print it, again continue. That way, correct, is going to happen. So that is what the continue statement. So now, correct, if I'm using a continue here, so this is correct, I'm using a continue here. So this continues part of the first for loop. So now the execution is going to be something like, it will print I. After that, correct, it has seen the word continue. That means, correct, the remaining statement will not get executed. The remaining statement, correct, that is going to be the next for loop. It is not going to get executed here. And the control will goes to the beginning here. So that's what you're able to see. The control will goes to the beginning. So we are seeing school and college here. So that's the continue. The remaining statement in the same scope will not get executed. So now, correct, instead of continue, if I give a break statement. So if I give a break statement here, what is really going to happen? it will terminate from this particular loop and the control will go to the main group. So here you can see that when if I execute this, it will terminate this loop. So the first character has printed school, it has come here, it printed pen here. That's when after that character has seen the break here. So what will happen? Not the rest of the statement as well as this loop will not execute further. It will goes to the main loop. So from where character it is called, so that place character will go here, and it will try to increment the next value, that is college, that is getting printed, coming here, and the pen is getting printed. It has seen the break and it will go to the main place. So there are no further increment is required because there are only two values. So the loop is getting finished. So you have seen the difference, correct? The place where you will use continue, break, etc. So here, correct, if you use the continue, the entire loop is not going to execute it. Here, correct, this is a break. So the rest of the statement in the loop, so the loop, correct, actually it will come out from the loop. So that's a break statement. Similarly, correct, if I want to use the same thing in my if statement also, correct, I can use that one, break, etc. So now if I use a break, the main place, maybe, correct, I'll just add one more statement to show that one, correct, we reach the end. And just specify another word called end here. So now, correct, I just remove this break from here and I will add the break here. So now, correct, you can see that one, this is the break. First it will print school. After that, correct, it will have seen the break statement. So what will happen? It will completely come out from this for loop. And the rest of the statement outside the for loop is getting executed. That is nothing but only one statement, that is end. So that's what you are able to see here. So any questions on the break and continue?
So if we apply break and continue statement outside the loops, then?
Outside the loop, it does not make any sense, right? I just give something like a break here. So this should be somewhere, right? So what it need to break? Some condition needs to be there. So that's what you can see, the break and continue. And here one more statement is there, that is called the pass. So the pass is useful. So normally, correct, I have created a loop here and I'm just getting some error because at this point, correct, I am not having any statement inside this loop. And maybe, correct, I just created a dummy loop. And if I just give the pass, correct, what will happen? It will not throw error and it will just pass as it is. The pass statement is Python is used when a statement is required syntactically, but you do not want any command or code need to be executed. So something, correct, if you're writing a statement and you don't have any valid statement, so what, correct, you can just use, you can just give a pass statement. It will pass. Actually, correct, it will not throw any error. So here, correct, I use the pass here. So that shows that when this if statement, if you're not passing, correct, there should be at least one statement. I don't have anything here. So I'm just getting an error here. So to avoid that one, correct, I can just give a pass here. So to ensure that when my statements works fine without any issues, but I don't have the valid statement inside that. So the next one is that how we can read the file, etc. How we can write the data to the file. So mostly we will be using the pandas data frame to read and write the file. But any point, correct, if you want to read the file, you can use this open statement or the close statement, etc. Correct, we can use it. But we will be discussing more about this in the pandas, how we can read the file, specifically correct the data in the table, etc. I'll give you a couple of examples for you to practice as well. And here, correct, you can practice. So this is correct, some small programs. Those who are interested, they can practice it. Not the practice. Okay. So here correct the right program to get the Python version you are using. So specifically correct if you want to know. Just familiarize it with some of the statements. So here, this is what you can use. System, this is a module. The Python, correct, there are different default modules are there. One is called sys, again, it's called math, etc. There are different modules are there. And if you want to know correct the system versions, etc., we can use this sys.version. It is going to give you the module details. Again, here correct, if you want to know all the commands under sys, so I can give a dir statement and I can just give it a sys here. It is going to give all these details. So similarly, correct, one of the module which people normally use, that is called the math. So for example, correct, some of the constant values, the pi, such values, correct, if we want to use it, we can use another module which is available in Python that is called math. So that is correct, we can use it. And from here, correct, if I want to get the value for pi, I can use math.py. I can use here. So this is correct, the default value for the pi. It will be available there in this particular variable. So similarly, correct, if I want to know the other modules here, and other options which is under the math, I can just give here as dir. So here, correct, all these default options will be there. Exponent, again, what is going to be the e value. All this is correct. If you want, you can use it. Math.e. Any other program, if you want to use such constants, correct, we can use it. And here, correct, someone was asking about math. So this is correct. If I want to, or something like a square, right, if you want to find it. So this is what correct I was using. Manvir, you can ask, what was your question? Mahavir.
Yeah. So yeah, I just I'm practicing of for loop. So could you please show me the for loop at the starting stage?
Sure.
That is with the numbers.
So which one?
Go up. Go up. Yeah, go up. Yes, hold on, hold on. I think go up.
So
Okay,
what?
okay.
So what you try to do? You're getting an error, or?
Yeah, I'm getting an error when I declaring a range in loop.
Okay, okay, fine.
Now it's okay. Okay.
So like that, correct, there are different modules are there, and we can create our own modules and we can import as well. The modules is something, a set of programs, so which can be used in different places. So we can create our own modules as well there in Python. So this is what you can see. So next, correct, another module what we have, that's called the date and time. So the Python program to display the current date and time. So for that one, I can use this option, import date and time. So this is another module which I have. So the date and time, I can just import it. And after that, correct, I can specify date and time. Then I can give date and time now. So now it's going to give you the current date and time. So this including the date, then it's going to be the timestamp, hours, minutes, and seconds here. Again, if you want to display the date in a different format altogether. So this is going to be the formatting options which we can use it. So here, correct, whenever I just give the now, I'm getting the date, hours, minutes, etc. But consider a scenario, correct, I don't want to display this minutes, hours, etc. I just want to get only the date. So this is what, correct, I can use it. I can just give %y, %m, %d. So the y, correct, it is for the for. So now, correct, if I want to extract only the year, I can use this 4-letter. So I can use this capital Y. The system, correct, it will be able to extract the year. So similarly, correct, if I want to get the small letter y here, it is going to extract only the year part. That is the 2-digit year you will be able to get. So that's going to be the formatting. So this is correct. It is specified. So if I want to extract Wednesday, I can use %A. And if I use %A, you will be able to get complete Wednesday here. So whichever the format you want, you can extract it. Yeah. And again, this is going to be capital A here. So this is going to be the Wednesday. It is going to, you will be able to get it here. So like that, correct. Similarly for the month, B correct. It is going to be the full month. And if I just specify M, you will get the month as 11/12, the number you will be able to get. And the small letter B correct, you will be able to get 3-letter month. So based on your convenience, you can use, this is B. And again, I can use small letter B. So that way, correct, we can just get it. So write a program which accepts the radius of a circle from the user and compute the area. So we want to find the area of a circle here. So here the formula is going to be pi r square. So that is going to be the formula. So maybe correct, you can just quickly try. So this is only a couple of lines, correct? You can just try. If I want to find the area, the formula I know that one, that is pi r square. So if I want to use that one, the first thing correct, I want ask the user to input the radius. I can use an input statement and I can specify enter number, or maybe correct, I can specify radius. And this is correct. I want to store to a variable r, and obviously correct, whatever I enter it here, it should be an integer or float. I'll keep here as float. And this is what correct, I'll just enter it here right now. And the formula equal to pi r square, area equal to pi, you know that one 3.1415, and I want to use r square. So I can just multiply r into r. So that is equivalent to r square. Or maybe correct, if you want, you can use the exponent also. Exponent correct, you need to use double star and you need to give 2 here. So I'll just give here as r here. And I can specify print the radius equal to r. And again, correct, I can just print area equal to area here. So obviously, correct, this should be within single quotes or double quotes here. So this is what you are able to get the area, 25 into 3.14. So can you quickly try this? Only a couple of lines, right? And also correct, here I'm just giving the value for pi. And the pi is already available with Python. So if I want to use the pi which is already available, I can use import math. And instead of this 3.1415, I can just give here as math.py. So this is also another way I can use it. It will have the value pi. So this is a constant which is already available. So any questions on this? Hope you are able to do.
So now can we import the system username?
System username, we can import it. I'm not sure the right command, but definitely correct, we will be able to.
Noble, to calculate this area, can we use another function from math library? Instead of, r into r, we can use power or something, r comma 2, like that.
that is up to you. Instead of multiplying R into R, you can use power as well. So this is what you need to do. Multiply math.pow, and I can specify R, comma 2. So everywhere correct, you are getting the same.
Okay, thank you.
So there are different options. We can use it exponent, we can use power, we can multiply R 2 times. So here I want to use exponent, I can give 2 here. I'll just give you the same result. So next is going to be write a program which will accept users' first and the last name and print them in the reverse order with the space between them. So we want to enter the first name and the last name and print there in the reverse order. I can specify the first name equal to Sam, and I can just give the name here. So first correct, it is printing the last name, and after that correct, it is printing first name. So how it is printing? We are storing the value to F name first, L name second, and while displaying that correct displaying, we are just interchanging. That's what you are doing it here. So there are no complex logic here. We are just rearranging it. Why correct? Just to familiarize with the tool. So write a program which will accept a sequence of comma separated numbers from the user and generate a list and tuple with those numbers. So here current we try to use the split command. So that's what we try to do. So here the user tried to input this number 3, 5, 7, 23. And with that one, we want to create a list or tuple here. So how it is possible? By using the split function. So how the split function is going to work? So here, what you can see, I'm just entering a string. Hello, my name is Peter and I am from UK. And if I use the split command, by default, you can see there is a list is created. And the split is happening based on whatever the separator you are specified. So the text dot split, and here we are splitting based on the comma. So hello is going to be my first value. My name is Peter, that is going to be the second value. And I am from UK, that's going to be the third value. And consider, I'm not specifying anything here. What will be the result you will be able to get in this case? If you're not specifying anything, the split is going to be based on the space. So here the hello will be considered as my first word. This is second word, third word, fourth word, etc. That's what you are able to see. So in this case, what we are expecting, whenever correct the user enter a string like this, 3, 5, 7, 23, we can split it based on the comma and we can create the list or the tuple out of that. That's exactly we try to do. So by using the split function. So now correct. Now consider this is a text which we have. And it is not necessary that always there is a space associated with comma. It is not necessary that always there is a space associated with the separator. So here you can see that one. I want to split this particular string based on the symbol. Now if I print here, it is splitting. The hash is my separator. Whenever I try to see the hash, it is getting splitted here. Again, the split is having 3 values. One is the separator and it's going to be the maximum split. So if I just give a text like this, and this is maximum split which I have, that is 1. So whatever is there, it is getting splitted, and the maximum split you are able to see only one split you are able to see. So that is only apple, and the rest it is not splitting it further. So similarly, correct, if I want to split 2, I can specify 2 here, it will get splitted. So here apple and banana is getting splitted, the rest will be as it is. So that way, correct, the split command we can use it. So similarly, correct, it need to be a combination of split and the input statement because the user need to input the value. So the statement looks like this. Input comma separated numbers and just entering some values 10, 20, 30, 40 here. And after that, correct, it will split. It will split based on the comma. That's what it is specified. So you'll get 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. And after that, correct, we are converting that list to a tuple here. So in this way, we can split and we can create the list tuple, etc. based on the comma here.
Yeah. So how many string functions are there to manipulate the string?
So there are many string functions are there. We'll talk many of them in the coming classes. It will be the split, then the find. There are many functions are there.
Reverse. I mean,
I'll show you how we can reverse the string. There is a way to reverse the string. So there are different. The split is one of the function which is very commonly used. So like that, correct. There are small programs are there. I'll give this as well. Just go through it, discuss this further. So this will give an idea how we can write small statement, how we can use the basic operators, etc. It is not that complex. Discuss some of the examples as well. So spend some time, just try to practice it. So we'll start with functions. So all of you know, correct, the function. So why do we need to create a function? If a group of statements, if you want to use that in multiple places, so what we can do, we can create a function. And the function we can call from the different places. So wherever it's required, we can call that particular function. So here, if you want to create a function, so the first of all, I need to use the keyword called df. So the df is going to be the keyword to create the function. And after that, we need to specify the name of the function. So I'm just going to write a small function. So where I just want to find the gross sales, or maybe correct the sales price. I just want to multiply the price and the quantity. So that's what I'm just trying to do here. So this definition, so this is going to be the function, and all the function need to start with this keyword. Sales is going to be the function name, and the bracket. What are the arguments you want to specify? You need to specify X, Y, whatever it's there. We need to specify. I'm not going to pass anything at this point. And next, correct, I'll just write the statements here. So for example, I have the quantity equal to 50. And I have one more variable price. So this is price. And I just want to give the value 100 here. So now, if I want to execute maybe the sales amount, I can just write another variable amount. And the amount is going to be the price into quantity. I can just write price into quantity here. So this is what I try to do here. And after that, I want to print the amount here. So this is what correct I have done as a function here. So now, if I want to call this particular function, so what I can do, I can just use sales, and I can just use open and close bracket. So here you would be able to see that this function is getting called, and you are able to get the result 100 into 50. You're getting 5,000. So that's the answer you're getting here. So now, again, if you want to call this statement somewhere else, the same program, I can write sales again. You will be able to get the same price. So this function is going to execute it. The advantage is that you don't need to repeat this statement again. What will happen? You will be able to get the same result just calling the function here. Is it clear? So this is a simple way. We can just give the syntax and we can start. So now consider scenario. I want to pass some information. So maybe always correct, if I execute this statement, I'm getting the result as 5,000 always. So I might not be expecting that. And as and when I call this function, so maybe correct, all the people, they might not buy the quantity as 50. So one person may buy a quantity of 10, 20, etc. So that means whenever you're calling this particular function, you want to pass that argument. Hence the scenario, you want to pass the quantity as an argument whenever you're calling it. So what I can do, I can modify this function, and what I can just write here. So here, correct, in the bracket, I just specify quantity. So that is what I'll do here. So then I no need to initialize here. I can just remove it, and I slightly modify the function here. So now what happens next time whenever I'm calling this function, and if I try to execute the same statement, I'm getting an error because this is one of the argument which I need to pass while calling the function. So maybe the person, he bought only quantity 10. I can pass that one, and I will be able to get the result as 10 into 100,000. That's what you are able to get. And the next person, assume that he passed the quantity maybe 15. So that's what I try to do here. So whenever I pass 15 here, and here the 15 into 100, you are able to get the result here. So that's the way correct I can pass the argument, and I would be able to get the result here. So now consider scenario. I want to make both price and the quantity as an argument. I want to pass it. So what I can do, I can modify here, and I can pass both. So I can just specify quantity, and here I can just specify price. Both argument here. And now correct, I'll just remove the price from here. So what will happen? I'm just executing this statement. And if I execute sales, and if I just call sales, definitely I will get an error. And if I call sales with one argument, maybe 10, that also correct going to give me an error. I need to pass two arguments here. So one is the value corresponding to the quantity, and another one is the value corresponding to the price. So I can just give here 10, and I can specify maybe 50. So now this will multiply, and I am able to get the result as 150. So now maybe the next time I want to pass something else. So maybe I can specify 20. So that's going to be the quantity, and you can say 10 is the price. I'm getting the result as 20 into 10. So this is again a case sensitive. So I just specified small letter s. That's the reason for this error. And I'm getting the result as 200 here. Now consider, so what I want to make. So whenever I want to pass the price. Otherwise, correct, I want to pass a default price. So what I can do, I can make something like this. So I can just keep 100 here. So what is really going to happen? The default price is going to be 100. If I am passing a price, the system will accept it. If you are not passing it, the system will consider the price as 100. That is going to be the default. So now if I just call this function, so this is what you can see, sales. I'm just calling the function here, and I just pass 10. That's going to be my quantity. And the price, I'll specify as 20. I'll get the result as 200. So the next correct, what I just tried to do, I'm not passing this information. I'm passing only one value, that is 30. So now if you see that one, I'm getting the result as 3000, even though I didn't pass the price. So what the system is trying to do, system try to multiply whatever you're passing the first value, that will be mapped to the quantity, and the price correct, the default value, it will take, and you will be able to get 3000. So that's going to be the result. So next correct, you know the price, and if you want to pass the price, maybe correct, I can pass 20. That's going to be the quantity, and 30. That's going to be the price. You will be able to get the result of 600. So now, if I want to give some default value for both quantity and price, so same way correct I can do. So here what I can do, I can specify a default quantity. So that is equal to 10. So that's what you can see. So next, what I try to do here, whenever I call sales, I'm not going to pass anything. So obviously correct the sales amount, what you will get 100 into 10. So the system will take the default value. and I will get the result as 1000. So now correct. I want to pass the value for the quantity. I can just pass 20 here. So now obviously this default value replaced with the 20, and you will be able to get the result as 2000 here. Now, if I want to pass the value for both quantity and price, obviously I can give 15 and I can specify 10 here, and I will be able to get the result as 150. So here correct, both are default, and I'm just trying to get the value here. So now if I just go further, what I'm just trying to do here, whatever the result is there, and if I execute this function, the result is not storing anywhere. Again, correct, if I execute calling this function with another two values, 20 and 10. So now correct, I'm not able to get this value, the previous value. The value is not storing anywhere. So if I try to store the value, what will happen? I'm creating a variable x, and if I try to store this value, and if I just try to print x here, so you might not be able to get anything. So here correct, you can see that your none is coming, and the 200 is coming from this print statement, the print amount. So that is printing 200 right now. So now correct, if I just try to give a print statement separately x, I'm not able to get anything. So what is really happening? Whatever the value which is here, it is not returning to the calling place. So if I want to return the result to the place from where we are calling this particular function, so what I can use a return statement. So if I want to use a return statement, I can just give sales, and here correct, instead of printing, or even correct if you want to print as well, and again correct, you can use a return, and I can use the word called amount. So the return will be the value, amount will be returned here. And if I just try to execute this statement, what is really going to happen? It will be returned, and you are able to get the value 200 assigned to the variable x. And again, correct, if you try to print x separate, you will be able to get x here. So that's what you can see. So anyway, correct, it is not necessary to give the print statement inside the function. I can remove it. And now what will happen? So this is a function which I have. I'm calling this function, storing the variable x, and here I can just specify sales, and I'm passing value 10, 10. The result will be there stored in x, and this is what I have. Now correct, if I want, I can print x here. Similarly, correct, I want to execute the function again, and I want to store the value to another variable y. And here I want to use the default parameter. I'm not passing the x and y. And here correct, I try to print y here. So this is what you can see. Now similarly, if I print x, obviously correct, you will be able to get the value x, that is 100. Again, if you print y, you can see that you are able to get the value y, so that is 1000 here. So if you use a return statement, what will happen? The value will be returned to the place from where we are calling. So now correct, if I want to return multiple values, so maybe correct, we can create a list, tuple, etc. And the same thing correct, we can pass it. So that's what. Again, if you want to store all the return value to a variable, so that and all correct, which are the program we want to write it, we can do that. So if I want to call function, and if I want to store the value in a list or something, I can make x as a list here, and I will create an empty list here. And here maybe I can just add x dot append. Just try to append the value to the list. And what I want to add it here, I want to add sales. So now if I just try to print x here, so this is what you can see. The list will have x here. So now I want to execute. So here correct, I created separate variable x, y, z. So now I don't want to create separate variable. I want to store the values, each and every sales in a list, etc. So that's what obviously I can do. I can specify 10,5. It will be there. So that correct, the 10 into 550 is appended to the same list here. Again, if you try to execute one more statement, so maybe 50 into 50, obviously you will be able to get the result.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is Jupyter Notebook primarily used for in Python data science projects? Option A, web scraping. Option B, collaborative coding. Option C, database management. Option D, interactive data analysis and visualization. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to dive deep into Python for data science? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll master Python for data analysis. It's like a Swiss Army knife for crunching numbers and finding insights. Our curriculum covers everything, from basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are industry pros with years of experience. They're dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions, and the reviews speak for themselves. Our students rave about how this course has transformed their skills. Joining is affordable too. This incredible learning opportunity fits any budget. Ready to become a Python data wizard? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
That's the third value. And all the value which is written, I'm storing there in a list. And if you want to extract the value from the list, I can use the index. So for example, x of 1. It is going to give me the first value here. So that is this is a 0 index, this is the first index, and this is going to be the second index. So that way correct, you will be able to get the value. So that way correct, we can store the value. And if you want to pass multiple values, we can create a tuple, etc. correct. So that the structure, the data structure of the data type, you need to define, and that's what you need to pass. So any questions here? Now correct, I want to try a small program. So by using a function, I want to convert degree to Fahrenheit. So that means correct, whenever I enter the degree in temperature, so that means degree correct, for example, 38 degrees Celsius, and I want to convert that to Fahrenheit. And so this is going to be the formula to convert from degree to Fahrenheit. So whatever the degree is there, we need to multiply by 9 divided by 5 plus 32. And eventually correct, we want to return the Fahrenheit. And the finally correct, we want to print that. So can you try this? I'll just pause here for 3-4 minutes so that you can just try some of the examples. So any questions on function? So this is the function which is created. So how to convert from a degree Celsius to Fahrenheit. This is the formula which is applied. And after that, I just try to pass temperature here, 38. And here, correct, I just try to convert it. So what I'm just trying to do. So this is what I'm just calling this particular function. And what I need to convert. So the temperature, I need to convert it. And after conversion, I want to store the value, the converted value in the variable temp. And I want to print temp here. So whatever is there, the 100.4. So now correct, whenever you are running it and the user want to give the input, I can just give an input statement. enter number. So here correct whatever he entered, it will be converted, and this is what you're able to get. So did you all finish this? I hope all of you are doing. So here also correct the spacing is very important. So all the statement which comes under the same position, that will be part of this particular function. So for example,
can you please explain in short how does return works? For more study purpose.
So you're talking about this part, right?
Yeah. How is
okay. So here correct, I have defined a function.
Right.
So this is what you can see. So this is going to be the function. And if I'm writing a function, I need to start with the word def. And what I try to do, I want to convert the degree Celsius to the Fahrenheit, so that you know what's the conversion. So normally correct, it's a 35 degree and the temperature, and the Fahrenheit, it might be 100 or so. There is a conversion is there. And this is a conversion formula. So whatever the degree is there, that need to be multiplied by into 9/4. So that's a fraction plus 32. This is a conversion. That's what we need to do. So here, that is what formula we directly specified here. And we specified the formula here. And here, the only value correct, this is a constant. It will not change. And the only part which is changing, that is the degree. So whenever correct, the person pass the temperature in degrees Celsius, so that will be in this particular variable. So that is what whenever the user call this particular function, so this value will be there. And it is going to replace here. For example, if I pass 10, it will be going to replace with the 10 into 9/4 plus 32. And if you pass degree Celsius as 20, it is going to multiply with 20 into 9/4 30 plus 32. And that will be then in the variable f. And after the calculation, it need to return f. So that's a function. First, we need to define the function. And if you execute this one, you will not be able to get any result. After that, correct, I need to call this particular function. So if I want to call this function, I need to give the name. So this is what correct I am trying to give the name. So the name of this function equal to convert to. After that, I need to pass the argument. So here, how many arguments are there? There are only one argument. I need to pass only the degree. So this is the variable here. That is what correct I'll try to pass here. So now if I pass 20 here, and I will be able to get the result as 68. So that is what you can see.
No, but again, the return of bracket f, that actually how does it work? It will store the value of f in any of the variable, right?
No, f is having the value, right?
Yeah.
So f is the variable, it will have the value, and that value will be returned. And this value will be there in the f correct, it will be returned to the place from where we are calling this particular function. So we are calling from here. So that's the reason it will return. But for example, correct, if I just try to print f here, I won't be able to get. Because here correct, you can see that one that is within
F
this
is
one.
defined, yeah.
So here correct, this is applicable here. So I won't be able to get f. So but here correct, if you want to print f, obviously correct, you can give. I can specify print f. So here correct, you will be able to get f. There is no problem. So now if I execute the same statement, I'm printing f here, and also correct, I'm returning f, and the returning f will come here. So I'll get 68 two times.
Correct.
So this
one from the return, one from the print.
One from the print. So that's what you're able to see. And here, whenever you return it, and the same value correct, the next time if I call the convert to function, what will happen? It is not getting stored anywhere. So it is just returned. And if I execute correct, 30, that was my input. The result I'm getting 86. But if I want to get the previous value, the 68, right? At this point, it is not possible because my f is overwritten with the new value.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I want to store this to a particular variable. So whichever the variable what you want, you can define it. I'm just trying to create a variable called a, and I'm just storing the value to a here. So the next time, correct, what I'll do, I'll call this one, and I cannot use a. If I use a, correct, obviously the value will overwritten. I need to use a different variable here. So that's what I'm using b here. So like that, correct, if I want to store the value to another variable c, I can specify, no problem. So next, correct, I want to get my first value. I can give print a, still 68 will be there. And again, if I want to now print b, I'll be able to get 86 here. So that way it is going to work. So now I want to make a bit more dynamic, because here, correct, I'm just hard coding the value 20. So whenever the user, correct, whenever he are running the program, the user want to enter the degrees Celsius. So that's the reason, correct, I'm just using an input statement. So this is something which we discussed yesterday's class. So this is nothing to do with the function. So this is going to accept the input value from the user. So we also know that whenever the user try to enter some numbers, automatically the system will accept as a string. And this is the statement we are converting that string to a number. So it's to an integer, because if I'm not using this, what will happen? If I execute it and automatically, correct, if I enter 50, the system will consider 50 as a string. And it will try to apply this formula to the string 50. Obviously, correct, you can see that when you are getting an error. So that's the reason I need to convert this either to a string or float, not the string, sorry, integer or float. So that's what I'm doing it here right now. So I can convert, if you want to pass the decimal numbers, obviously you can convert to a float. Otherwise, you can convert to an integer. And I'm just passing it, and I'm getting the result here. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
It's not working for me. I'm trying to execute the formula. It's not working. Should I send you my code on the chat?
If you can paste it there. So just correct, just see that in the spacing, everything is proper.
It's fine.
So you're not getting anything? Or,
no, I'm not getting error messages.
Okay, do one thing. Make a simple formula.
Yeah, I'm sending it to you.
No, 1 minute. You can try like this. So just to ensure, don't give any formula, like at least correct, directly give DEG here. And so this is what you can try. And after that, correct, just try to give some value here. Let me know if you're getting any error. So actually, correct, whatever you pass, you should get it as a result. So then, correct, we'll modify the formula. When if correct, you can share the code there in the chat also, no problem.
I shared it with you. It's sent to ZaranTech.
And you can share with everyone.
I think it's allowing only direct message to the host.
Yeah, I can't send it to you, or I can send it to everyone.
Send it to everyone.
No, I can't do it. I don't see an option to send it to anyone all.
Okay, so do you have an option to send to Noble? Because
no, I can see there's only option to send to ZaranTech.
Okay. So what is the error you are getting?
Not getting any error, that's the issue. And when I'm executing, clicking on run, it's going to the new cell.
So you're pressing Control Enter right here. And here also, correct, you need to press Control Enter. Okay, check whether you have an option to share your screen. Okay, couple of things, correct. Can you split this into?
Noble?
You click on this, the next correct. There is a square button will be there. Press on that one. Okay. So now the first thing, correct. Can you just split this into 3 lines? Keep only the definition part in 1 line. No, 1 cell. Copy up to the. Okay. So remove the last 2. Execute this. Okay. So that's executed, right? So next, correct. You copy your first cell content. Okay.
This one.
Or even correct, wherever the temp is there, you can just give a number like 20 or 30 instead of T, not there below part. No, the next cell I'm talking. So there, correct, try to give some number and execute it. So this is what you can see. I think you mix up the things and maybe that could be the reason. And what I was seeing that it was an indefinite loop. It was executing it. So there, correct, it was a star. So that shows that when I don't know, it was gone to an indefinite loop. Not sure what you did earlier. So now the problem, correct. Your input is there in line up the first cell. You need to execute first cell, the above one first. Then you need to enter the value. Now, correct, you need to execute your third cell. See the function, you don't need to execute it again.
I can copy all in one and execute it once, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So you can do that one, but this is not the intent or purpose of function. So here, correct, you can see that whenever you are executing it, the function also getting created, right?
Okay.
So it's better to separate the function from your place. So keep it in a separate cell so that, correct, the function no need to execute multiple times.
Okay. Fine. You can continue.
Sure. So any other question? I hope you are able to get this.
So Noble, actually I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so just a second. So in that case, that in the block of 58. So I have one question. So the temp value from here, that is passed to this one, right? And after executing, the result of f is coming here again. Am I correct?
Not to the temp, the entire function. Actually, it is getting there in the left side temp.
So yeah. So I want to know the result of this function is coming back to this.
It's coming back, yes.
Yes. So in that case, you have taken the temp value as 50, right? And then 50 is going to this function here, and that is manipulated with this function, with this formula, sorry. Yeah. So in that case, if I want to pass this value in here, and I want to execute this first, and I get the result. Then after, if I want to coming back to here, and I don't want to the result actually. So I want the original value as 50, not the manipulated value as this is calculated and in variable f.
It is not manipulated, right? So here the manipulated value is coming because, correct, it is, I'm using the same variable. So that's what you're able to see, right? So you can use a different variable altogether. So both are independent because I'm not able to get the original value. The reason, correct, I'm using the same variable name. So instead of that, what you can do, you can just give it ideally correct, you can give separate variable names. That is nothing to do with function. So here I have my temp. That's what I'm using it here. And whatever is coming here, correct, I can store it in a result. And here, correct, this is going to be the result here. So the result is storing the value. The temp, correct, that will still having the original value. Whatever I enter, correct, the 40 will be there. So since, correct, I use the same variable here, what has happened? The original value is overwritten. That is nothing to do with the function.
Okay. Got it.
So that is what, correct, even if it is not necessary that you need to give temp, you can give some numbers also, 20 also, correct. It will work. So that is what, again, one more example. So here I just try to find the financials. So financials, correct. So specifically, I want to find the profit. Then I want to find something like profit ratio. So two things, correct, I want to calculate it. So obviously, correct, what I just pass here, I'm passing my revenue and expenses here. So if you know the revenue and the expense, you know what is going to be the profit. The profit is going to be revenue minus expense. What will be the sales minus expense going to give me the profit? And if you know the profit and expense, you can calculate the either way. So this is the profit. And also, correct, I'm calculating the profit ratio. So what is profit ratio? So the profit ratio is going to be the division of profit divided by revenue. And now, correct, I have two results here. One is profit and another is profit ratio. And that is what, correct, I want to return. I want to return profit and the profit ratio. So what I'll do, I'll just make it as a tuple, and that's what I just try to return it here. So now, so this function is created. And if I want to call this particular function, I can specify the function name. And I want to pass two values. One is called the revenue and expense. So my revenue equal to maybe 1000 and my expense equal to 800. And I will be able to get 200 as my profit and 20%, that is going to be the profit ratio. So 20% profit. So that's what I'm getting it here. So this way, correct, we can pass multiple values. So now if I want to store this to a variable, I can create X and I can store it here. So this is what I can store here. Again, if you want to modify multiple values, if you want to store it, X, I can make it as a list or any other container to store the data. And obviously, I can use X dot append, and I can specify this option. This is what you're able to get. Again, the next time, if I pass another value, here you can see that when I'm just giving some my sales equal to 2000 and my expense equal to 1500, the profit ratio equal to 25, and the profit what I get 2000 minus 1500, that profit equal to 500 here. So that way, correct, I'm just returning and I'm just storing the value, and the value is returned as a tuple, and that tuple, correct, we are storing in a list. So this is a list, and this inside the list, this is my first tuple and this is my second tuple. If you want to try this also, you can quickly try.
Yeah, Noel, can we get this 0.2 as in percentage format with percentage sign?
Percentage sign.
Yeah.
So all this is correct. You need to do the formatting. So here correct all the formatting things. How we can add the, I need to check that one. So basically correct, we can add the percentages, etc. Again, if you want to, while printing correct, you want to add a percentage, you can just add a percentage. So here, what is this? Where I'm just saying the profit ratio. This is equal to, just add a percentage. I can just give it as STR of this one. So here, correct, I just converted to a string and I just added the percentage. So I'm storing the result in an XSL list, and there are 2 times executed, both are getting stored. Okay, hope there are no other questions. I'll take it a few more examples which we can practice it. So write a program to count the number for so this will be a continuation of yesterday's. So here correct, my requirement is that I write a program that accept an integer and compute the value of. So for example, correct, if I enter a 1-digit number, what I'm just expecting, if I enter 5, my expectation is that 5, again, it need to add 55, and I need to get the result as, again, correct, 555 it need to add, and finally, correct, I need to I need to get the result as 650. So for example, if I enter 6, I'm expecting 6 plus 66 plus 666. So how can I do that one? So this is a small program corresponds to that. So this is what you can see here. In integer, I've just tried to enter a number, and this is the result you are able to get. So there are a couple of things. So whatever you're entering here, if I entered 8, so the first thing correct, what we need to do, we need to convert this to 3 numbers. So we need to convert to 8. So that's the first number, plus 88 plus 888. So that is what correct exactly we are doing at this step. If we enter a number, and here correct, it will be converted to N1 here. The N1 is nothing but 8. And here correct, the A is repeating 2 times. A is nothing but 8. 8 is repeating 2 times. So that will be converted to an integer here. And here it will be repeating 3 times, and it will be converted to a 3-digit integer. That's what it is happening. So how it is going to work? So why do I need to use percentage? Yes, there are other ways to do that one. Here correct, the percentage, yes. So here, if I want to make 8, and if I want to convert this to 88, if I want to convert this to 88, what we are trying to do here, there are 2 things we can do it. One is correct, we can keep this as a string. So this is going to be 8. And here correct, we can just multiply this with 2. It will be converted to 88. And this is what correct, if I convert to an integer, what will happen? It will become a digit 88. So that's what you can see. So this is correct, whatever is there. We are multiplying, repeating 2 times. That is 8 into no, it is not 8 into 8, 8 repeating 2 times, that is 88. And eventually correct, we are converting that to an integer, so that correct you will get 88 here. So here again, I want to get a 3-digit number, so that is 888. So what we can do, I can just multiply this with 3, and if you want to multiply this with 3, definitely correct, this needs to be a string. So that's the reason we need to convert that to a string, and we need to multiply with 3. It is going to become 888. So again, correct, we can add the 3 numbers, you will be able to get the result. So that is something similar to that we are doing it here. The percentage S means correct, whatever the value you are passing it, that will be converted to a string. The string correct, the percentages, that will be the string. And here we are just repeating it 2 times. So here correct, if I just try to print in this particular format, and if I just give something like a 6, and if I just give 6 2 times here, so this is a result correct you are able to get. The same result what you are getting here, the same thing you are able to get here. So the yes correct, it need to repeat 2 times. So similarly correct, if you want to repeat 3 times, I can just give percentage S, and this S will be assigned to the value which is specifying first. This will be assigned to the value which is specifying second, and this will be assigned to the value which is specifying third. It becomes 300 and 666. The same thing correct what we are using here. So whatever the number we are entering it here, that will be converted to the string and repeat it. Either I can use a multiplication, or even correct, what you want to do, I can write the string 2 times, right? So that also equivalent to that. So, and after that correct, we are just adding it. N1, N2, N3. So we'll just add it, and this result you are able to get. Is it clear? Any questions on this logic? Now if I execute it, and here correct, I just give 6 here, this is the result you are able to get. So the first time correct is not necessary to convert an integer, because we are not using a anywhere. The first we need to get as a string here. So this is what you can see here. Do you want?
Yeah, Noble. So my question, so what is the use of percentage that you use before A and AA?
So the percentage here is whatever you are entering here A, that will be so that will be percentages will be corresponds to a string. S means correct, this is corresponds to string. And here if you see that one, this is correct. If I specify the percentages, it is a string here right now. So similarly correct, if you want to convert that to D, I can use D is for the decimal. I can specify D. So whenever correct, I can. So this is again an inline statement which is used there in Python, and maybe the better way I can use it, I can give something like A equal to 10, B equal to 20. Then I want to print something like add 2 numbers. Add 2 numbers. And after that, I want to specify A, comma, and B. So this is what, this is the result you will be able to get. Add 2 numbers, A and B. So now you can see that on so many commas, so many quotation mark, etc. is there, right? So to avoid that one, there is one more way we can represent the same. So by using the percentages, percentage D, etc. So what you can write, add 2 numbers, and thereafter correct, I can directly give something like percentage D. So this is going to be percentage D and percentage D. Here correct, the D is corresponds to a number, the integer number it is going to be there. And after that correct, we need to specify what it needs to be. So we need to specify that this needs to be A comma B here. A comma B here. So now what will happen? Whatever you are specifying here, A, that will be going to replace with this percentage D. This B is going to replace with this percentage D. So this is again another inline operations are there. And this is used as a percentage D for the decimal. Again, consider this is a float. I can use percentage F. So automatically correct, this F is represented like float value. Obviously correct, since this is a float, you are seeing all these decimal values. Again, if you want to represent as a string here, I can specify S. So this is going to be a string. So here I want to give A. Sorry, this is not, this should be D here. And I want to add something like add two numbers, A and B, add two numbers 10 and 20. And after that, I want to print something like percentage S. Percentage S is for the string. And defining one more variable C equal to result. So this is a string, obviously. Can specify result is. So this is what correct you want to print it here. So what I can do, I can just specify C here. So now if you see,
Novel. So
yes,
yeah, one question again. Here you use the percentage sign, right?
yes.
So the percentage sign, I'm talking about this percentage sign.
So this is percentage is represented for the different data type.
No. This one. If you
Yes.
can on my screen, I'm talking about this percentage sign.
Mm.
So is that be used for every that we have declare the every variable? So we use this this sign for every, or we need to change it?
So if you are using here, so that is going to be the percentage mapping we need to give. So we need to give the percentage here. That shows that one. This is the input that need to be mapped here. So definitely you need to use. It is not every variable we need to use. Which are the variable values you want to come here, that is what you need to use. So I'm not going to use B here. So I no need to specify here anything. So the percentage is part of this one. And now correct, I am expecting three arguments. One is argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. But I'm just passing only 2 arguments here. Obviously, this is going to give an error. So maybe correct, I can just remove this one. So now correct is going to work. So now A, whatever the A is there, that is 10. 10 is getting replaced here. And this percentage yes, that is correct. You are expecting some string need to come here. And from where the string need to come, so that we are passing here. It need to come from variable R. So what is R? R is going to be result is. That is getting printed here. Is it clear?
Yeah, okay.
So here correct, the same way, what we try to do that one, instead of converting this to a, so by default correct this an integer. To convert that to a string, we are just giving this percentage yes. Otherwise correct, if you just give a percentage D here, and if you just give here, what will happen? It will be a number. So that is not expected here. So here correct is going to give some error. So that's the reason correct. We are just, this is a string variable. So the S correct, the percentages, I'm expecting a string here. So specifically correct, whatever the number which I'm entering it, I want to make 3 number out of that one. In this case, correct 5. I want to get 5, 55 and 555. So that is what we try to do here. So did you get it? Any questions, anyone else? And others correct, you can, don't have any questions, they can parallelly try as well, whatever I do here.
I have a query regarding the scope of the variable inside a function. It seems the variable defined inside a function is not accessible outside.
That's what we have seen. That's the reason we are using the return statement. So here, I have a variable f here. Okay, again, correct. I'll just do here convert to 40, getting the result here. And in between, correct, I have one more variable I'm defining A. I have some value like 500. And here, correct, I'll just try to print A. I can specify A is, this is what you can see, A. You can see that when it is printing, A is 500 because this is inside this particular function. And if I try to print A here outside, I'm not able to get A because the outside correct their scope is something different right now because I am assigned the value 5 to the variable A somewhere else. So that is what it is coming. Because where I assigned the value A of 5 to A, so that is here correct. Whenever I executed this one, I assigned the value 5 to variable A here. So that is what I'm getting it here, right? So I'll go to the next example, the volume of a sphere. So if you want to find the volume, so that is going to be 4 by 3 pi r cube. So that is going to be the volume. Again, the formula going to be the same. So this is what. So the pi and the r, I'm just entering 6 here. The volume equal to 4 by 3. These are the constant. Pi, I'm just replacing here. And r cube. So that is what correct I will try to do. So now correct, this is what I want to try. Write a program to convert seconds to day, hours, minutes, and seconds. So for example, the question is that correct if I enter a number. So this is actually correct, some value which I'm just giving. And this is the seconds actually. So this is a 5 lakh seconds. That's what I specified here. And I want to identify how many days are there, how many hours are there, how many minutes are there, how many seconds are there. So how we can do that? How to identify that one, how many days are in this? So in a day, correct, how many seconds are there? So in 1 minute, there are 60 seconds. And in 1 hour, there are 60 minutes. So that means correct in an hour, there are 3,600 seconds are there. In a day, we have this many seconds. 86,400 seconds are there in a day. So now within this one, how many days are there? So this is what correct we can do. We can divide this by this number. So here correct, we know that when there are 5 days are there. But there are some remaining also there. From the remaining, I need to identify how many hours are there. So here correct, how do I know that one completed hours, completed days? I can do a floor division. So that is what correct you have done. So this is going to be a floor division. That's what you have done. We know this is 2 slashes, you can use it. I will be able to get 5 completed days are there. And the remaining how many seconds are there? What I can use the mode operator. The mode is going to give you the remainder. I can use a percentage. So here correct, I'll get, this is the number which I'll get it, 68,000 seconds, the remaining. And from that one, what I need to identify? I need to identify how many hours are there. So in an hour, how many seconds are there? There are 3,600 seconds are there. I will use the same operation, 3,600. And here correct, you can see that when there are 18 completed hours are there. Again, in the 18 completed hours, what will be the remaining further? Here correct, I can use a percentage option. So here correct 3,200. So now I need to identify in 3,200 how many minutes, how many seconds are there. So can you try this? I'll pause for 5 minutes here. Is it clear what's the question? Either tell yes or no.
Yes, Noel, yes.
So this is what correct you can try. I'll just enter a seconds here. I'll give the same number. And this is what I can say. There are 5 days, 18 hours. That's what we have seen here. 53 minutes and 20 seconds. So any questions here? So next we'll go to the next topic. That's about the list. So this is actually a list. And here correct how we can do the slicing. So how we can extract values from the list. So if I want to extract the values from the list, I need to specify the index. I can specify list 1, 2. So this is 0, 1, 2. This is going to be the index. So now correct, I want to extract the continuous values. I can specify the starting index and the ending index. Here it will extract from 0, 1, 2, that is 30, up to 50. Not up to 50, sorry, up to 5. So this is 0, 1, 2. This is 3, 4, 5. So that means the fifth element will not be there. 2, 3, 4. So these 3 values is going to come. That is 30, 40, 50 will be available here. So this is actually the index. So now, if I'm not specifying the first value, it will start from 0. Start from 0 up to 5. You will be able to get. And similarly, correct, if I specify only the first index, it will start from 4 up to end. So that's what you can see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till end. So that's what you can see here. So now, if you want to get the last element, so if you want to get the last element, I can specify the index. Raju, can you go on mute? Okay. So here you can see if I want to get the last element, this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 I have. And the other option what I can use is -1. So because correct, if you're not sure the size, if it is something like a dynamic list, and sometimes it will be number of elements will be 5, 10, etc. Dynamically changing. And if I want to extract the last element, I can use -1. So the -1 is going to be the last element here. And here, if I want to use -2, so this is going to be the second last. And similarly, correct, if I want to extract last 3 elements, I can specify -3 colon. I'll be able to get the last 3 elements. So that way, correct, I can just extract the value. So now while extracting the value, so here, correct, I'm just trying to extract it from -4 to -2. So this is -1, -2, -3, -4, 40 up to -2. So that is up to 60. That is 40 and 50 you are able to get here. So that way we can extract the value. So now, correct, this is about the concatenation. How we can combine 2 lists. So this is my list 1. And if I have my list 2, So that is equal to 50, 60, 70. So this is what you can see. So now if I want to concatenate this to list, I can specify list 1 plus I can specify list 2. Both are getting concatenated here. And I'm just creating one more list, that is list 5. This is going to be the concatenation of list 1 plus list 2. And in addition to that, correct, I want to add some more values. So maybe correct 40, 50, 60. Separate list, I want to add it here. So that also correct, I can include there in the concatenation. So this is going to be the list with elements of list 1, list 2, and I'm just adding all the elements here. Now I have a list A equal to 10, 20. Again, if you want to specify the repetition, I can specify A into 3. You can see that this list is getting repeated. So 10, 20, correct. It is getting repeated here. So 10, 20 is repeating 3 times. So that's actually the repetition. And similarly, correct, if you want to do the membership check, if I want to check one value is present in a list or not, this is my L5. And if I want to check some values present in L5, print 50 in L5. It is going to check whether 50 is present in this particular list. If it is present, you will get the result as true. And if it is not present, you will get the result as false. So here, that is what you can see. If I specify for 35, it is not present. So that's the reason you are able to get the result as false here. This is in. And similarly, correct, I can just give not in. Obviously, if in is false, and if you just give not in, that is going to be true. So that is what correct you can see. Is it clear? Any questions? So now the next question is that how we can delete the value from a list. So this is my L5. And if you want to delete the value from the list, I can use the word. Okay, I'll just make it as L5. I'll just make a copy of L5 to another variable L6. L6 equal to L5. Both are same. And if you want to delete this list, I can specify delete, and I can specify the list name. Now if I specify here, and after that I can specify print L6. So obviously, correct, you can see that this list is deleted. So that's the reason you can see that when you're getting an error. So that is what the delete option, it will delete it. And there is one more option which I can try. Work here. That's a clear option. So if you use the clear option, what will happen? All the values will get cleared. So you can see that when all the values will get cleared, but the structure will be there. So this is an empty list which is still available. And here, correct, the entire list, including structure, it is getting deleted. That's the reason you're getting an error. So now, if I want to use the same delete statement, and if I want to delete a particular element here, so what I can do, correct, I can specify the index. I can specify print L5 here, and I want to delete one particular value. I can specify its index. So maybe, correct, I can specify second value here. 50. And if I just print my L6 here, so this is going to be the list. And here correct, I can see that on 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. These are the elements which I have. And from there correct, I just try to remove the second element. That's equal to 0, 1, 2. So 2 is going to be the second index value. That is 30 correct. You can see that when it got removed. So that way you can just remove one value from the list. So similarly correct, if you want to remove multiple values, I can just give a colon and I can specify 5. So this shows that one. It is going to delete all the values starting from second index up to fifth index. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means up to fifth index, that means correct, these 3 values will be removed. So remaining, it is still there in the list. That is 10, 20, 60, and 70. You are able to see there in the list. So that way we can remove the certain values. So normally correct what we specified. This is my list. And if I use this delete statement, the including structure correct, everything will get deleted. But I don't want to delete the structure. I want to delete only the values. And the still correct, I want to use the delete statement. I can use this option. So here what it will do, it will delete all the values starting till end. So that is correct. By default, the starting index will be 0. Ending index is going to be the last index value. All the values will be deleted, but the structure will be there. So we can achieve the same by using the clear statement also. So that is equal to L6. And I can use clear statement. I can use it to remove all the values, but the structure will be there. So that way correct, we can use the delete statement. So similar to that correct. So there is one more statement is there that is called remove. So if you want to remove, while using the delete correct, we are specifying the index. But if you are using the remove, you need to specify the value. So this is the list I have. And I'm just starting 10, 20, 20 again. The list which I have here right now. So now if I want to use the remove statement, I can specify this is my L6 dot remove. What I need to remove? I need to remove the value 20 from here. So now if you see that one, it is removing the value 20 from the list. And if there are multiple values are there, it is going to remove the first value. So now correct, if I want to remove the second value, again correct, you can execute this statement. One more time correct, if you want to remove 20. So this 20 got removed. Again, you can see that when there is a 20 is again existing, you can use this one. 20 will get removed. And again, if you execute it, all the 20 has removed and you're getting an error. So that's about the remove statement. So the problem with the remove correct, you might not be able to remove multiple values. So if I try to remove 2 values and even correct, the index also will not work. Maybe 20, 30. You're getting a message saying that remove takes exactly 1 argument, but you are given 2 arguments are given. So that's the error you are getting. So the next one, it's pop. The pop, what it will do, it will extract the value and the same value we can store to a variable. So this is my list here, L6. And if I want to apply pop here, I can specify X equal to, and this is going to be the statement for pop. List I need to specify and pop, and I need to specify the index. So this is my list 6. And I want to pop the value. So which value I want to pop? I want to remove the second index value. That is nothing but 30. And after that, correct, I'm printing my list 6. And I'm just printing my X as well here. So you can see that when the 30 is removed from here, and that will be assigned to the variable X. And whenever I print X, you're able to get the value. So can you try this option? Remove, delete, and the pop option here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which Python library is used for implementing machine learning algorithms? Option A, Pyplot. Option B, TensorFlow. Option C, Flask. Option D, Django. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to dive deep into Python for data science? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll master Python for data analysis. It's like a Swiss Army knife for crunching numbers and finding insights. Our curriculum covers everything, from basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are industry pros with years of experience. They're dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions, and the reviews speak for themselves. Our students rave about how this course has transformed their skills. Joining is affordable too. This incredible learning opportunity fits any budget. Ready to become a Python data wizard? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Hi, Noel. Actually, I have one question.
Okay.
Yeah. So in list, what kind of values we can store?
We can store any values.
And you means we can store the integer, floating, or string values?
Yes.
Okay. In the same way, can we store the, the objects also, like files, folders?
Files, folders might not be able to store. I never seen that when objects are stored, but inside the list, correct, you can store list, tuples, etc. Correct, that values we can store it.
Okay. Okay. So one more question. Once we deleted the records, can we again add these back to the list? So for example, there is 3 values in list, and if I want to delete one value, can I again add it to the list back?
But from where you will be adding? So if you delete it, correct, it will be removed.
So that will remove permanently?
Permanently, yes. So from the source, correct. Or maybe correct if you have such scenarios. So normally correct, that way the delete work. So if I delete something here, am I able to add it back? No, right? If I delete and save it, that is something like a permanent, right? If you want to get it, either you need to type it, or you need to get the same from the source itself. So from here, correct, the list is populated.
Okay. And what is the limit of the list? I mean, how many the storage of data that can hold? Is there any size or limit?
Size, I'm not sure, but you will be able to see at least a lakhs of values we can store it. I don't know the maximum size. Maybe I can check and confirm it.
Okay.
So normally correct the same way how we'll store the integer. So normally correct that way the storage space will be.
But because here we can store the multiple types of values, so there might be a different size of this list. The list will work as an array that we are using in different languages. So the list is working same.
It is the same. It is not same. Array is different. So array can have only one type of data, and the array can be multiple dimensions. But here, correct, the list cannot be multiple dimensions, and the list can have multiple data types. Array normally can have only one data type. There are some differences are there. Okay. It is not exactly same, but if you compare to a certain extent, your one-dimensional array and the list, you can compare it. So that is what correct. Again, array will have some, if it is a two-dimensional array, the number of rows and columns should be, not the number of rows, at least the columns should be same. I cannot create an array with the first row with the 6 columns, second row with the 3 columns, correct? It is not possible in a normal array if it's a 2-dimension, but here it's a 1-dimension. But inside the 1-dimension, if you want, you can create the first element with a tuple with 6 value. Next element, I can create a tuple with 4 values. That is possible. So I just want to try some of the slice operation. Then or we can try to delete the value, remove the value, pop the values, etc. You can try it. So any questions? Are you able to practice it? Some of the options: repeat, slicing. So now, till this example correct, I was using only one type of data in a list. If you want correct, you can use multiple data type. I can specify 10, 20, 30. After that, I can specify a string, Sunday, Monday. Then I can specify 50 here. Then I can specify true, false. It's a Boolean. Again, 54.6 here. And in between, I want to add a tuple here. 55, 56, 57. So in between, here I want to add a list here. That is 30, 31, 32. Again, here I can specify Friday. So this is correct. I can create a list with multiple. Multiple data types. So if I just print X here, this is what you're able to see. And if you want to know what's the total number of elements in this list, I can specify length of X here. There are 10 elements here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will be 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's what you're able to see. Again, from here, if you extract the last value, -1, I will be able to get the last value, that is 55, 56, 57. That's what you're able to get here. Now, if I want to extract this list from this particular list, I need to specify its index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is equal to X of 4. You will be able to get this value 30, 31, 32, Friday. Now, how we can append a value to the list? My list equal to 10, 20, 30 here. And if I want to add a value to the list, I can specify X dot append, and I can specify 50. So if you print X, this is what you can see. 50 is getting appended. Obviously correct. While using append, I can add only one element. I cannot add two numbers. So that's going to be the problem. If I want to add 50 and 60, I won't be able to do. I can add only one element, and that will be added to the last. So now if I want to add one element, correct, it's not necessary that always this is one number. If I need, I can specify 50, 51, 52, and this is correct one element. So this is a list, and I can just add this. So that is possible. Again, similarly, correct, if I want to add, instead of a list, correct, I want to add a tuple as well, or maybe a string, whatever you want, you can add it, but only one element you can just add it. And that is going to be the last. So now, if you want to add multiple elements, so there is one more command that is available. That is called extend. So one is called append, and the next one, correct, I can say that is going to be an extend. So if you use the extend statement, you can add multiple values. I can specify 50, 60, 61, 62. So here, correct, you can see that when I am adding 3 values at the end, 60, 61, 62 at the end. That's what I'm doing it here by using an extend statement. And inside that one, correct, if you want to specify a list as well, we can specify 15, 16, and I can just specify here. So this is my original list, and I extended with 60, 61, and 15 and 16. That's a list, and 62. That's what we added here. Okay, that's fine, Vaishali. Okay. So this is what you can see. We just extended it. So the next what you can see here, correct, if I use the append or extend, the values are getting added to the last. But in between, if you have to add the value, so there is one more command that is available, that is for insert. This is going to be my X. And if you try to insert the value, it will be added at the in between the middle, correct, it will get added. So if I want to use an insert statement, so this is going to be the syntax. I can specify the position, and after that, correct, I need to specify the value. But insert also, one thing you need to notice, you can add only one element. I want to insert it X dot insert, and I can specify the position. I want to enter the second position. Here, correct, the 0th first, not the second position. Maybe I'll give the first position, that is in place of 20. And what I want to insert it, I want to insert 25. So now, correct, if I print X here, this is what you can see. My first place, 25 has come. And what was there earlier? It is moved to the next place. So now if I execute this statement again one more time, existing 25 will be moved. At that place, correct, the 25 is going to come. So here again, I cannot give 25, 26. It's not possible. Again, if you add 25, 26, and if you keep this in a bracket, obviously this will insert it, and this will be considered as a tuple, because 25 and 26, correct, that will be considered as a tuple, and that will get inserted. Obviously, instead of this normal bracket, I can give a square bracket, but this will be inserted like a list. So that's what you can see here. So this way the insert, extend, and append is going to work. So any questions? Again, this is one more example. So this is my list, appending a value L5. So some values which was there in the list 5 that got inserted. Not L5, sorry, this is 15. It got inserted. And the same thing, correct, we try to extend it. But try to extend it. So this is what you can see. Extending in correct multiple values, you are able to do ABC. Again, we try to insert the second position. Yep, that's what we try to do here. And if you print, so this is what you can see. Again, if you are inserting PQR, so this is what you are able to see here. So that way, correct, we can add the values to the list by using the insert, extend, and append statement. So this is what I want to talk today. So the rest, correct, will continue tomorrow. And next 10 minutes, correct, you can try to practice. Specifically, correct, insert, update, and extend. So any questions on any of the topic we covered today? I'll keep the screen sharing so that if you want to check, you can type it, correct, you can type.
Nobel?
Yes.
Hi. Can you please quickly summarize the difference between append, insert, and extend?
Append is used to enter append is used to insert a value at the end. Extend, if you want to insert multiple values. Append, correct, we can add only one value. Extend, we can add multiple values. And insert, correct.
Multiple values, do you mean just a single, for example, we can insert list, numerics, alphabets, and then tuple together, right? Or more than one value?
So that is not I meant by that.
Okay.
So this is my X. This is a list. And here, correct, I want to add two more values to this particular list. Maybe correct 40 and 50, 40 and 50. So if I use append, X dot append, I cannot add 40 and 50. I can add only 40.
Okay.
So here, correct, you can see that when I can add only 40 here. If I try to add 40 and 50 here, I'll get an error because append takes exactly one argument, but you're given two. So that's about the append statement. So my requirement is extend, correct. I want to insert multiple values. So for example, correct 40 and 50, I can just specify here. So whatever be the correct, I want to add two values here. So here, so this is not an extend, sorry. This is something different. So here, correct, I can specify extend. If I specify extend here, I can add multiple values. Here I am able to add only 40. When I given 40 and 50, it given me an error. But here I use an extend. I added 40 and 50. Both correct 40 and 50 are added here. What the difference?
So then you can insert a list within a list using append.
You can insert a list within a list by using append, but that is not correct because the index will be totally different, right? Because here 40 is going to be an individual element, 50 is going to be an individual element. But for example, if you try to append a list, here, correct, it is not 2. It will be 1.
Okay.
So here, correct, you can see that this is 1. If you see that one, this is 0th position, first position, 2nd position, and this is 1. This is not 2. If I specify X of 0, 1, 2, 3, you will get both.
Okay.
That is what correct. This is 1. This is not 2.
Okay, I'm just confused that how is insert different from extend then?
So insert is append and extend. The insert is going to happen at the last position. But my requirement is that somewhere in the middle, I want to add one value. So maybe correct between 10 and 20. If I want to add one value, then I can use the insert option. So here, correct, I just extended here. And by default, whenever I use the append or extend, it will add it. It is getting added at the end. It is getting added at the last. But in between 20 and 30, I want to add a new number. Then I can use x dot insert, and I can specify the position between 20 and 30, right? So this is going to be 0, 1, 2. So that's the position I can specify. And there I want to insert 25. Okay. So now correct, if I print x here, you can see that when the 25 is getting added in between 20 and 20, the specified position, the second position. I cannot say that in between the position which you specified. And if there is a value in that position, that will be moved to the next position. So that's a different. Append is used to add one value at the end, and extend used to add multiple values at the end. Insert is used to add the values in between. We need to specify the position.
Okay.
Clear. Okay. So any doubt on previous class? Did you get time to practice it? Hope you are getting the documents, etc. Right? Any doubt, questions? So we'll continue with the same topic, the list. So yesterday we were able to finish functions, and today we'll continue with the list, tuples, string, etc. So that's what we will do. So the list correct, we stopped a point where we can append the value to the list. So if you have x, and x is a list 10, 20, 30, 40. And if you want to append a value, you can just, to add a value, you can use x dot append, and this is what you can add. So maybe correct, if you want to add a different number, okay, I'll do it 15. Then I will use one more append statement. And I can just add here as Friday. And if I just try to print x, so you can see that one, the 15 and Friday, that is appended to this particular list. So now if I want to use the same by using a for loop, so that's also possible. So here correct, instead of, so that's what the same thing yesterday we have seen. So this is a list, and we want to append the value. And it is not just directly appending it, we are making some calculation. And we are doing with the help of a for loop as well. So how it is going to work? So this is an empty list what we are creating. And to this list, we want to append the value. And what exactly we want to append it? So each and every value there in the list. So this is another list. And by using the for loop, we extract each value. Then we multiply by 2. And that is what we are going to append it here. So my original list. So maybe if I just specify here. So this can be my original list. And what it tried to do, it will, M is my original list. And with the help of the for loop, I'm extracting each and every value from the list, multiplying by 2, then appending to the list. So here you can see that this is 1. Multiply by 2, you are getting 2 here. 2. Multiplying by 2, we are getting 4. 3. Multiplying by 2, 6, we are getting it. So that way, correct, we can just start or append the value. So what I want to show, correct, the different ways we can use it. So maybe correct with the help of the if statement, there we can use the append, for loop, while loop, etc. So I hope this is clear. So this is again a few steps way how we are doing the operations there in the list. And there is one more concept. So that is called the list comprehension. So that is again correct, a more compressed way to achieve the same. So here, correct, I will be able to get the same result. The same for loop, I'm just working slightly different way. So this also correct. You will be able to get the same result, but we are doing it in a different way. So here, what we'll do, this is not an append. So this is called a list comprehension, and we are doing there in the list itself. So here, correct, whatever you specified within the bracket, a list is going to create it. How the list is going to create it? So the list is created in such a way by using the for loop, extract each and every value, multiply that with the 2. So bit confusing, a bit difficult to understand compared to this, but you can see that this statement is simple. So you can write correct, we can achieve the same by using a single line statement. So that's what you can see. If you want to try correct, you can try these two.
So in that case, Novel, as you define the list, the for loop, the priority of the execution is for loop first, and
Yes.
then X into 2.
So what will happen, correct, it will extract it, generate it, and it will keep inside the list itself. Obviously, correct, what is inside this one. So this is correct, how we are creating a list. We'll create an open close bracket and we'll do the values 50, 52, 54, etc. And the same way, correct, how we are writing the value inside the list with the help of a function. We are just generating it here. That's what we are doing it here.
So in that case, if I'm using for loop and while loop and also the if statements in the list, for example, for any place. So what is the priority of execution? So which one is executed first?
So this will execute first. For loop will be there. And where, correct, the for loop, while loop priority, correct, what is the position, how we are writing the loop, correct? If you're writing a while loop inside the for loop, first for loop will execute, then while loop. So that way, correct. So the normal way, correct, how we are writing, if you're writing while, then correct, inside that one, if you're writing a for loop, obviously, correct, after while the for will execute it. Or maybe, correct, if you're writing for. So otherwise, correct, I cannot do multiple. I can one while loop, one for loop. So that might not be possible. This should be one function, and inside that one, correct, we can add other statements. We can do that. But at least just try with the simple function right now. The later, if you want, you can extend with multiple conditions. Is it done? Any questions? Any error you're getting? So can I go to the next statement? Anyone is pending to execute this statement?
I'm done.
Okay, fine. I'll go to the next statement. Again, this is a quick statement. This is a list. So the same thing we have seen. Append the value to the list. Then we try to extend it. Extend the multiple values. We can extend it. And again, it is going to be insert. So insert means, correct, we are adding more than one value. Not more than one value. We can add only one value, but we can specify the position. So the second position, insert this particular list. So that's what you can see. So now if I want to sort the list, so I can use this option, sorted list. So this is what you can see. So if I want to sort this list, I can use the word sorted. And here you can see that when this is getting sorted in the ascending order. Here, correct, it is getting sorted. Sorted, and the bracket you can specify the list name. So now if I want to reverse the list, so this is again another statement which I can use it, colon, colon, -1. So this is my list here. And if I want to reverse the list, I can use list 1. And here, starting till end, -1. So whatever is there correct starting till end, it will be printing there in the reverse order. The -1 correct, it will print there in the reverse order. So this is what you can use it. Again, if you don't want to reverse all the numbers, only certain numbers, you can specify the index. So maybe correct, I want to reverse only 1, 2, 3. I can specify that 1 colon. Up to 3 means correct. The 4 I can specify. So 4 colon 0. So whatever is there, this is my list. So this is my list, and what I specified starting from 4th element. So this is 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 0. So that means correct up to 0. So that means 0 values Rick, and it will exclude Rick and all other values. It is printing there in the reverse order. So I can just specify maybe here as I'll keep here as 0, and I don't want to start from here. I can specify maybe 3. So Jack, Mark, Jim, it is printing there in the reverse order. So this is the list which I have, and what I specified 1 to 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are no 5. 1 to 4. This is 1, 2, 3. And I want to just sort these values. It is getting sorted here. So it will take these values, and out of that, the first one, Jack, will come. Again, Jim and Mark. So that way we can sort the list. Again, this is again just a revision. So this is what you can, this is a list, and it is not only the numbers. So we can add the text as well. So we can give the mix correct. Any data type we can just give here, and it is trying to print the values. So either I can use a print statement. So if you just use, if you're not using anything correct, what is the last statement, that output you will be able to see. So if I have something like A equal to 10, B equal to 50, and if I just give A plus B, you will be able to get 60 here. But always correct, the output is going to give you the result of the last statement. So if you have to print multiple values, you need to definitely use print statement. So just for display, otherwise correct, if I give A minus B, you're able to see the last statement output. So here, if you want to see both the result here, obviously you can use the print statement, then only the value will be there. So I can use a print statement, or even correct, I can use a display statement as well. So now if I want, I can do print A into B here. You will be able to get the result. So now if you want to go instead of print, I can use the display as well. So that also fine. Both will work almost same way. There are some formatting differences will be there. But on this case, correct, you can use either print or the display. So here I have a list colors. There are different colors are specified, and I try to extract the first color, and we are assigning to the variable, and that's what we are printing here. So next, correct, I just try to extract my second color. So this is correct, we are assigning to the variable second color, and that's what we are printing it here. Blue. Again, this is again the -1. The -1, obviously, it is going to be the last value. So we have already seen. So the white. Again, if you want to update one value, so you can specify correct whichever the value you want to update it. So here I have colors. And this is correct, the green. I want to update with some other value. I can specify colors. And I can specify here what is this index. Index is going to be 0, 1, 2. And I want to update with a different color. I can specify here. So this is correct. You cannot update multiple values as a single statement. So if you try to do that, the way correct how it is getting populated, that is different. Even you can use the -2 also. If you want to update the last one, you can use -1, -2, etc. Again, this is about delete, remove. So the difference between delete, the remove, the delete correct, we can specify the index. But if I am using the remove statement, I need to specify the value. So here correct, I want to remove the value green from here, this list. And again, correct, if I try to execute the statement, you will get an error because the value is not already, it's already removed. The value is already removed. So that's what you can see. So if you use the remove statement, since it's already removed, I'm getting an error. So the length of the function, it is going to give you the how many values are there. So there are 4 values, or the count correct. You will be able to get the count, the length. And if I have a list here, so what is the length of this list? Any guess?
4.
So the length will be 4 because this is 1, 2, and this will be considered as a 1 unit, and this is a second unit. Again, if I want to know the length, so what would be the result I will be able to get?
10, 20, and the list.
Length of L1 to 3. So you'll be able to get 3 because I'm just checking what is the length of this second element, and the second is going to be a list, and you are able to get the length as 3. So similarly, correct. If I want to check the data type of that element, I can do that one, the type. So this is what you can see, this is a list. All these individual options we can do. So now correct, again, if you want to sort a list, and you can use this statement, the sort. And so normally correct, if you do the sort, it will be in the ascending order. If you want to do that in the descending order, you can use this statement reverse equal to true. So if I just use the word colors, and here you can see that this is sorted there in the reverse order, descending order. And by default, it will be ascending order. So that's what the reverse parameter. Again, if you want to reverse a string, so earlier correct, we have used colon -1. Again, if I want to use the function, that's also we can use it. The reverse dot colors. If I just get the R, and if I just try to print R here, so any point, right? If you need any help, you can use this statement. You can press Shift and the tab. You'll be getting a small help out of that. And if I want to reverse this one, just put a colon -1. So this is my, okay, so this is actually a sorted list. And if I just keep it in the reverse order, so this is what you can see. So the white is coming first, red is coming second, blue third, and the black is coming as the fourth. Ideal, since this is in the sorted format, the result is there in the descending order sorted form. So if I just try to use this, this is what you can see: white, black, green. Again, this is again a range function. So the range function already we discussed. If you want to print a set of values, we can use a range function. So here, correct for I, so number in range of, I'll just give a small number here. This is 20. So it will start with 0 up to 20, it will be printed. And here you can see that when this is printed there in the ascending order, started from 0 till 19, it will be printed. Again, what you can see that one, I don't want to get all the continuous numbers started from 0. I can give 10, 20 here. And obviously, correct. If you want to specify the increment, that also you can specify. I want to print with an increment of 3. So that's about what is specified here. So this is again correct. Some of the examples, you can just go through it. Obviously, correct, you will be able to get the reverse one. Again, there are some more functions we have, the min, max, sum, etc. So here, if you want to identify the minimum value from the list, I can use minimum. So the min function, correct, I can use it. You will be able to get the minimum value. So here, the minimum value in this list is 1. That's what you are able to get. So similarly, correct, if you want to get the maximum value, I can use this function, the max. So all this correct, it will be there. And the maximum value, you can see that one. This is 82 here. You will be able to get, again, sum. So here, correct, if you use the sum, it will try to add each and every element, each and every value. So that's what you can see. I'll just make it as a small one, 10, 20, 30 here. So there are functions which we can use it. So we can use sum, etc. Again, how we can extract the first 3, all these correct, there are some examples are specified. Again, if you just want to multiply, again, correct, there are few more functions, upper, lower, all these functions are there. So here, correct, you can see that 2 different colors are there. And all of them, if you want to convert to an uppercase, so you can use the upper function here. So there are functions available. Again, similarly, correct, if you want to print everything there in the lowercase, so you can use the lower function. So this colors is going to be the list, and I can use the lower function here. So most of the things correct, all these functions, average, all these functions are there, which you can explore it. Obviously, correct, if you have an idea, so you would be able to explore the remaining functions. So that's
yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
So Noble, can you go into the code? Okay. Just can you go in the up? There is a function color.reverse.
Okay.
So that first, where you so it's some confusion. When you write colors.reverse, it is not working. And when you write the colors dot colon double colon and -1, and that is working. Again, it is not showing result while when you are written the print of color dot reverse. So I'm confusing on that. What is why it is?
I will check this one because I need to check how the reverse is working. I will check that. tell you.
Okay, fine.
Then there is some issues with the syntax.
Okay.
And otherwise, correct, what you can use this one, this command, ::-1. If you want
That
to,
is understood. Okay.
so reverse correct, you can use it.
Yeah. So Noble, what is the meaning of : how it is specified with the range?
So : correct, starting till end, the -1 order.
No, because we are specifying some values like in first column, then second column, then -1. So how it is work?
So here, so this is my, so colors, : -1 here. So this is what you are able to specify. So here, correct, there are indexes we can specify. The first one, correct, from where to where. So here, since I'm not specifying anything, that will be obviously starting from 0 till end. So if you want, correct, you can specify the value. Means, correct, instead of that, if I want, I can specify 1 here. Obviously not 1. So I can specify maybe 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe, correct, I'll specify 3 here. And this is a number I'm just going to specify 0. So that means that when it is started from 3rd position up to 0th position, print in the reverse order.
Okay.
So reverse, correct, it will be there in the minus order.
Okay.
So
One more question.
So now, correct, if you want, you can use the -2 as well. So obviously, correct, that increment will be 2. So here you can see that one, 3rd to 0 with an increment of -2. So that means, which is my third one, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. That is the black, it will print first. And after that, correct, it will print -2. -1 means, correct, the previous one will come. -2, correct, it will skip 1 and it will come like this. So that's what you can see. So if you don't want to get the continuous one, I can use the -2. So that is the value of this parameter. So starting value, ending value, and what will be the increment? -2 is the increment, correct? So maybe, correct, I can specify for I. Any questions here?
No, yeah. One more question that is related to the range. So as you listed an above in for loop, so could you please go up?
Tell me what's your question. I'll write it again.
So yeah, in the range, if I want to, these are the numbers from 0 to 99, right? In the range. So if I want to print like that is the divisible by 2, is that possible? Can we write it in range?
So for I in range. Okay, so this is the value which I have. So now, correct, what you're telling, divisible by 2.
Yeah.
So how will I identify whether it's divisible by 2? What's the logic you want to apply?
So yeah, as we can give the range that we can specify, like we can limit from 10. That is the
no. So that's a range with that. Whatever the logic, correct, you want to apply here, you can apply. So here it is starting from 0 to 100, and obviously, correct, you know that when the divisible by 2 means, correct, it's an even number you're expecting. If you're only getting expecting an even number, you can give an increment of 2. So this is what you can see. You will be able to get the numbers which are divisible by 2. So now, correct, if I want to print only the values which are divisible by 2, and this is not going to work, so you can write an if condition. So how will I identify that when the number is divisible by 2? So you can just do the percentage, the mode, and if the mode equal to 0, correct, that shows that one that is divisible by. So the next way to do that one. So for I, and I'll just specify, I'll get all the values here. And the condition to check divisible by 3 or 5, if I, so whatever you're doing here, I %2 equal to 0, or maybe, correct, I %5. So whatever you're doing here, if this is equal to 0, then, correct, you want to print the I. So that's another logic which you need to write. So now correct, you're printing all the numbers which are divisible by 5.
Yeah, got it.
So that way correct we can do it. But that is not part of the range. The range is having 3 arguments: starting, ending, and increment. Again, that increment part, correct, how we are deciding, that is up to you to decide it. So obviously correct, you know that when you want to give an increment of 5, you can just give that 0, 100, 5. Both the ways we can do it. So this is what a list append, list extend, list insert, list remove. So now this is again a list sorted, reversing the list colon -1. So now correct, I'll go to the next option. So that's a tuple. So tuple also having the same options. We can do it slicing. We can update the tuple. We can delete the tuple. So not the individual values. Again, all these options correct. We can do concatenation, repetition. You can find the functions like length, etc. We can do that when they're in the tuple. So if I just take few examples for tuple. So this is what you can see. This is a tuple. And there are 2 tuples are here. And both of them correct we kept inside a list. So that's what it is specified here. And if I want to know whether it's a tuple or not, I can just specify print type. And my first element is a tuple. So I can specify list2. And here correct the first element. If I want to get it, I can specify 0. So that is going to be the tuple here. So that's a tuple. Again, correct if you want to print the length. So the length is going to be 2. So I'm just printing the length of list. The list correct, there are 2 tuples are there. And this is correct again in the individual tuples here. Now if I just add, so we can just add a mix of values here. The tuple 1, tuple 2. And here correct if you want to find the max of tuple 2, min, etc. we can do that one. So here the max of tuple 2. Obviously correct, this will go based on the ASCII character. So here we have the individual characters. And if you have some values, and I have the value Z here. And if I specify A as well, and if I print something like max of tuple 2, so what will be the result you are getting? You're getting the result as A. So why you'll get the small letter A? Because as per the ASCII number series, this capital letters having a smaller number than. So you would be knowing correct the ASCII characters for the capital letters, it is starting from some 68 to 91. And the small letters is coming after that. So that's the reason you are able to see the maximum value is capital letter A. So that's what you're able to see. So similarly, correct, if you just get the minimum value here. So for example, if you try to get the minimum value. So don't mix both numbers, letters, etc. So you will get an error. So here, correct, if I just give a number 200 and some of the characters, then if you try to use the max min, correct, the system will be difficult to find. So obviously, correct, you will get an error. So ensure that if you're using such functions, because there is no logic to apply here. But if you want to find the max min only for the numbers, so we might be able to get it. Here, correct, the max equal to 500, but don't mix different data types while using this option. Again, the same thing, the multiplication. So the multiplication is nothing but it's a repetition. I have A and I have a tuple 10, 20. And if I just want to repeat it, print A into 2. So this is what you can see. So it is repeating 2 times here. So 10, 20, it's 10, 20 here. So that's what you can see. So now I have a tuple. And inside the tuple, if I want, I can create a list as well. So I can just give 10, 20, 30 here. And one more list, I try to add it. So that we can see 55, 56. So now correct, if I try to append one value to this particular tuple, am I able to do t1 dot append 20? Will it work? It will not work because the tuple won't support element wise update, delete, etc. Correct, we won't be able to do that. So that's what we have learned as per the data type. Immutable data type, we cannot do that. So now one thing, if you're trying to do that, T1, and after that, correct, if I specify like this. So if I want to extend my first, no, the list from this particular tuple, this is what correct I can specify. So I'm able to get this particular list from this particular tuple. And if you try to append the value to that particular list, will it work? Do I get an error or will it work? So this way, correct, if you write it, obviously it is going to work because we are not trying to add the value, not to the tuple, we are trying to add the value to the list. Because t1.1, that's the list, and we try to add the value to the list. Obviously, correct, we can add the value to the list. So that's what you can see. So here, correct, whatever we added, it is getting added to the list here. So this is the list. So that way, correct, if you want to remove or if you want to delete 20 from here, you will be able to do. But obviously, correct, you cannot delete 10 from here. So this is my list. This is the tuple here. And if I want to delete 20 from here, I can use T1. That's my tuple. And how can I delete 20 from here? I can use the word delete. And this is going to be my tuple. And inside that one, how I get the value 20 here? So if I want to get the value 20 here, T1, again, here. So this is going to be 1. Again, it is going to be 1. Inside that, it is going to be 1. So if I specify this here, and if I try to print T1, you can see that when the value 20 was removed. But if I try to remove 10 from here, it will not work. So for example, if I just directly give 0, you will get an error because this is part of a tuple and this is part of a list. So again, correct, all the list operations, append, insert, everything we can do in this list, but not within the tuple. So same way, correct, if you define a list, I have a list here and I have the values 10, 20, and inside that I have tuple 25, 26, 27. So now I have 40. Again, I have one more tuple 50, 51, 52. And if I print L1 here, so here, correct, this need to have all the properties of tuple, and outside, correct, we'll have all the properties of list. So if I want to add a value to the list, I can add it L1 dot append. I'm just adding a value 60. You will be able to add. You can see that when you will be. So you can see that when the 60 is getting added here. But if you try to add a value in this particular tuple, you won't be able to do that. How do I get this tuple? I can specify L1. And this is going to be the second value. This is the tuple, correct, which I'm getting here. And here, correct, if I try to use the word L1 to append, it is not going to work. So that's what, correct, this needs to have all the tuple properties. So if you want to try this statement, I'll pause here for a minute. How we can give a mix of list and tuple if you want to append, if you want to delete, etc.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main advantage of using Python for data science projects? Option A, limited community support. Option B, few libraries available. Option C, ease of learning and use. Option D, lack of integration with databases. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to dive deep into Python for data science? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll master Python for data analysis. It's like a Swiss Army knife for crunching numbers and finding insights. Our curriculum covers everything, from basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are industry pros with years of experience. They're dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions, and the reviews speak for themselves. Our students rave about how this course has transformed their skills. Joining is affordable too. This incredible learning opportunity fits any budget. Ready to become a Python data wizard? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Is it clear? Any questions? How we can append the value inside a list?
It's clear.
How we can append list inside a tuple, etc. Okay, if you want to use the reverse function, so what you need to use, so this is my list here, and I won't be able to directly use the print and the reverse together. So here you can see that when this is the function, and this is correct, I use the reverse. Obviously correct. What will happen? The value get reversed and it will be stored within A. So that's what you can see here. And if I print A here, you can see that when this is getting reversed. The same way, correct, the B will be there, but don't mix print and reverse everything together. Then you will get the values none. So that's what you can see. Again, same way, correct, if you want to delete a tuple, so you won't be able to do the individual elements. We can delete the complete tuple here. So you can just delete tuple 2. The entire tuple will be removed. Again, if you try to print tuple 2, you will be able to get an error. Now, correct. Again, the same way, correct, if you try to use clear, that will not work. Because the clear, correct, will try to remove the individual elements. So as we know that one, we cannot do any element by operation there in the tuple. If you're deleting it, we can delete the complete. Again, this is correct. We are updating the list inside a tuple. So that's what we have already covered. Again, some scenarios, correct, if I want to update a tuple. So A is my tuple here. 10, 20, 30 here. And if you want to update this one, so we can convert this to a list. So how we can convert this to a list? I can use the word called list of A. So this will be converted to the list here. And then now, correct, this is a list. And if you want to append any values to this one, I can do that one. Append, extend, or whatever you want, you can do 60. And again, correct, I can convert this back to a tuple. So this is what I'm just trying to convert it back. L1 here. I'm just converting it back to tuple here right now. We just try to add the number, converting it back. So now a couple of string operations. If I see related to tuple, length of a tuple, multiply the tuple. Again, correct, if you want, we can use the in operation. So if you want to check one value there in the tuple, so that's what we can use it similar to the list. It's again a membership test. You will get the result as true or false. Again, here also correct, if you want to sort it, you can use the word sort. Then a -1, colon, -1. All these things correct, you can practice by yourself the same. Again, we can delete the tuple. We can add 2 tuples here. So the tuple we are adding means correct, a different tuple is getting created. Again, this is the conversion from the list to the tuple. We can use the word list and it will get converted. So again, if we talk this about the string operations. So this is a string which we have. Again, correct, if you want to access individual characters, I can specify the index equal to 2. Again, multiple characters if you want to extract it, 2:5. So starting from second position, that is 0, 1, 2 from O up to fourth, second, third, fourth. Fourth one is the space. So that's the reason you are not able to get. When correct, if I just give here a 6, you're getting second, third, fourth, fifth. 4 characters you are able to get. Again, if you want to check one value, one character within this particular string, I can use this in operation. So I'm just checking whether O is present here. We can use that. Again, this is again an inline function. So we discussed about yesterday. So I have one variable Python. Second variable which I have is training. And next, correct, if I want to print these 2 values, I can use welcome to Python training. So here, correct, whatever I specify percentage, yes. So here, correct, this S is going to replace with the string variable here. So this is A, that's the first string is going to replace here. This is going to be the second string. So the same thing, correct, if you want to achieve in a different way, obviously we can do that one. So welcome to, I can do this way as well, but we need to have many commas. So this is what we can use it here. So welcome to Python training. This is what you can see. The different way, correct, how we can write the print statement, or we can do the operations, concatenation, etc. So if you want to concatenate, I can use string 1 plus string 2. Again, if you want to update one value, string correct, I can specify the position, we can get it updated in noted. And this is again the reverse. So here, correct, these are the different symbols. So here, correct, if I want to use signed decimal integer, I can keep %i and signed decimal integer. All this is correct. F for the floating, D for the decimal, S for the string, etc. We can specify. Again, we just multiply Python 2 times here. Again, we just extract starting from 0 up to 10. So we are extracting the character 0 up to 10. And that is concatenating with training here. So starting from 0 up to 10, you will be able to get complete values, complete characters. That is what we are printing here. So that's what we do here. Again, if I want to check a particular character is present, I can use the find operator also. I can use the in operator. In is going to give me the true or false if it is present. But if you use the find operation, you can see that when it is going to check and you will be able to get the result as 5. So that means, correct, you will get the position as 5. So that means the D, and it is present there in 5th position. So here again, this is going to be case sensitive. Again, I can use D. If I use the small letter D, I'm getting the position as 3rd position, 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's a find statement. I can use it. So most commonly used this type of operations, string manipulation, we are using the regular expression there in Python. So it is called the regex. So I'll be taking that separate. So how we can create the substring, how we can find everything, find all. So any questions till this? So this is again.
Yeah, one question. So can we replace a particular character in a string?
Character in a particular string, yes, we can give the position, right? So here, if I want to get a, and if I just print a here, and if I a of 2, and if I specify a of 2 with okay, here correct, we might not be able to directly do it. We need to use the replace command. That's what we need to use. So this way, correct, it will not be working. I need to use a replace command that I will cover there the regex. So here I won't be able to directly do it. I need to use a replace command, and that I will cover there the regular expressions. So this is an immutable data type, so we might not be able to do.
So can we use the replace here?
Replace, yes. We can get that character. That one I'll do as a part of regular expression topic. How we can do how we can find a string replace with a different string, etc. Find all, match, all this. Now, if you want to practice some of the examples here, write a program to count the number 4 in the given list. So here, correct, I have a list, and I want to check how many times the 4 is appearing here. So how many times the 4 is appearing here? So how to write a program for that one? So this is the function we are writing here. So this is what you can see. We're writing a function here. So this is a small program where we are finding how many times the 4 is occurring in this particular list. So anyone need any explanation? So here, correct, we are writing a function. The function, correct, what we covered yesterday. So we are just giving the function name. This is the name of the function. And this is the argument, correct, we are passing it. So what we are passing here, we are passing a list here. So this is the list we are going to pass here. And we are checking how many times the number 4 is in this particular list. So for that one, correct, I need to have a count, which will store the number of occurrence of 4. So initially, correct, that count will keep it as 0. And the next, correct, what we will do for num in nums. So we are just checking the number in nums. The nums is nothing but this particular list. So that means, correct, what it will do, it will extract the first value, that is 1, it will extract it, and it is going to check whether that is equal to 4. If that is equal to 4, the count will increment it. Otherwise, correct, the count will remain 0. So that way, correct, you can see that one, but with the help of the for loop, it is going to work. And the finally, correct, after doing end-to-end processing, scanning from beginning till end, we are just returning the count, and that count is passing here, and you will be able to get the result. So now, correct, if I want to pass another list here, I can pass that as well. So here, correct, I want to call this function. I can give the function name. And after that, correct, I need to specify the list as an input. So obviously, correct, I need to give an open close bracket here. And here, correct, I just pass the list again. So here in this particular list, 4 is coming 2 times. That's what you are able to get the result as 2 here. So this is a combination of for loop and the if statement. So next it's going to be write a program to test whether a pass letter is a vowel or not. So here correct, we want to check whether the letter which you are passing, that's a vowel or not. So how we'll check whether it's a vowel or not? So we are just using a statement. We are creating one variable with all the vowels. A, E, I, O, U will be there. And we are just using the operation in. So whatever the character we are passing, and we are just checking whether that character is present in this string or not. If it is present in this particular string, it will return as true. And if it is not present, it will return as false. So how can I call this function? I can use is vowel. And after that, correct, I can specify the character. So here, correct, I want to give the character here. Maybe correct, I'll give a character A. I'm getting the result as false here. And here, correct, I'm just giving a character E. I'm getting the result as true. So now, correct, if I try to give the capital letter E here, obviously that will be false. The reason is that, correct, I'm just checking only the small letter here. So this is correct. You can just enhance to include the capital letter A, E, I, O, U as well. So that way, correct, we try to check here. So this is again, you can try. So write a program to check whether a specified value contained in a group of group of values. So here, correct, what I want to check, I want to check 3, whether that is present in this list or not. 1 minus 1, that is present in this list or not. So that's what, correct, we try to do it here. So here there are 2 input. One is the value which we want to check, and the list, correct, that is going to be the input. So we are creating a function here. This is what you can see. So this is going to be the name of the function. And there are 2 inputs are there. One is a list. And here, correct, which is the number which we want to check. So next, what we will do for value in group of data. So what it will try to do, this is a list, and we are writing a for loop to get each and every value from this particular list. That's what we try to do. And if n equal to value, so whatever, correct, this n, that's a number which you are going to check whether it's present or not, that is equal to the value, it is going to return as true here. So that's what you are able to see here. Otherwise, correct, it will return as false. So now, correct, if I execute it, I'll get the result as true. So now, correct, I have 3 here. So can you tell me how many times the for loop is going to execute it here? I have a for loop. And how many times the for loop is going to execute here?
So when the condition match true, I think that's going like this. Two times that will execute.
It will repeat 5 times.
Print value here. And here, correct, you can see that it will execute only 2 times. So here, correct, I'm just checking whether 3 is present or not. If it is present, right, no need to check it further. So that's what, correct, you can see. So I'm not checking how many times this is present. How many times, correct, I need to scan beginning till end. So my first program, correct, I'm just checking for how many times present. So obviously, correct, I need to scan beginning till end. But here, I no need to scan beginning till end. because I'm just checking whether it's present or not. So that's what we'll do here. If n equal to value, the return true. So that means correct, this is going to be the return statement. So obviously correct, the value will get returned to the calling portion. That's what you can see. It is happening only once. Not the one, sorry, it will execute 2 times. I want to know here, print value here. I'll give the value here. And you can see that it is executing 2 times. So first it will check for 1. Second times correct, it will check for 3. When this is satisfied, it is returning true. And it is not going to execute further. So now correct, this is my list. And here correct, there is no 3 at all. And obviously correct, it is going to check from beginning till end. That is 1, 5, 8, 10, 20. It will check beginning till end. And it is not able to find 3. Finally correct, is going to return false here. So that's what you can see. So obviously correct, if you want to write a for loop beginning till end, then we can return true or false. That is one option, but intermediate correct, we are just returning. Can you try this example to get familiarized with how we can call the functions, etc. I'll go to the next example. So here correct, we want to repeat the pattern. So here what I'm just expecting here, if I just print, so this is the list which I'm passing here. And if I just give 2, so it want to print 2 times this particular symbol. So next correct, you can see that one, the 3. So that means correct, next line I'm expecting 3 times the same symbol need to be printed. 6 means correct the 6 times. So how we can write this pattern? So we are creating a function here, and we are passing this particular list. So this is correct, the items is going to be the list which I have. And we are writing a for loop. And from here correct, we extract each and every value. So this is what we try to do. We'll extract 2 here. So that's what we try to do. The first for n in items. So that means correct, you'll extract 2. And the output is an empty string here right now. Items equal to n. So here correct, initially the items will have the value 2. While item greater than 0, output plus equal to @ symbol. So that means correct. So this output will have that many times @ symbol will be there. So that's what you can see. Again, after getting 3 times or the 2 times @ symbol to this output variable, what we will do, we are printing that output variable here. So that is correct. That is going to be the first iteration. Second iteration, we are going to repeat the same thing. So 3 will be the n value. Output is going to be an empty string. And here correct, the times is going to be 3. And here correct, we are writing a while loop here. So here correct, if you want to write a for loop also, there is no problem. You can write a for loop or while loop. Whatever you want, you can do that one. Again, correct, output equal to plus equal to. The plus equal to means it's going to be a concatenation. So that's what you can see. So here, this is my output. And if I just give output plus output equal to, I can specify output plus @ symbol. And if I print output here, so 1 time correct, you can see that when this is happening. Now correct, if you execute it, 2 times it is coming, 3 times it is. So this is output equal to output plus @ symbol. So that is correct. We are replacing with an assignment operator. That is equal to plus equal to. So then correct, you no need to give the value here. So that's exactly happening here. So that way, correct, it is going to repeat it here. So you want to try this program, small couple of statements to get the flow. Here, correct the pattern. You can use the @ symbol, you can use the heart symbol. So just to generate the flat pattern and to understand that one, how the flow is going to be. So write a program to concatenate all the elements in a list into a string and return it. So here, correct, whatever we're trying to do, that one we're extracting each value. This is a number. So we are converting that to a string. And after that, correct, we try to add to the string. So initially, correct, we are defining an empty string. And to that one, each and every element, correct, will convert to a string. And that is what, correct, we try to do here. Again, this is going to be the area of a triangle. So this is what you would be able to see. Again, write a program to sum 3 given integers. However, if 2 values are equal, the value will be 0. So this is a small program. So here what we try to do. So we are just checking the 2 values. So here, correct, we just try to check the values. And what we are going to check, if any 2, so here, correct, I'm just entering 3 integers. So here, correct, I want to give 3 integers. And if 2 values are equal, then the sum will be 0. So here, correct, you can see that when 2 and 2, these are equal. So the sum we are expecting it is 0. So how we'll do that when we are writing a function here. And if any of the 2 values are equal, so that is equal to x equal to y, or x equal to z, or y equal to z. So that's what you can see, x equal to y equal to z, or x equal to z, then it need to return sum equal to 0. Otherwise, correct, we want to add the 3 numbers here. So here equal to 2, 1, 2. So this is what you're able to see, 2, 1, 2, 2 values are same, that is 2 is same. And the first and the third values are same. So the result is going to be 0. So here second and third value are same, result will be 0. Here, correct, you can see that one, the values are not same. So you're getting the result as 5 plus 4, 9 plus 3, 12. So that's what you can see. So any questions on this flow? Hope you are able to clear. Again, this is something which you want to try. Write a program to add 2 numbers. And if the sum is between 50 and 20, then correct, need to return 20. Otherwise, it need to add. So can you try and give me the answer by chat? So this is a question. I want to add 2 numbers. So for example, correct, I want to add numbers 10 and 5. The result is going to be 15. So that means, correct, if the sum is between 15 and 20, it need to return 20. So in this case, correct, I'm not expecting the result as 20. I'm not expecting the result as 15. I'm expecting the result as 20. So that means, correct, if you add 2 numbers and the sum is between 15 and 20, it need to return 20. Otherwise, correct, it need to return sum. So for example, if I want to add 12 plus 10, it is 22. I'm expecting 22 here. But for example, if I add 8 plus 7, the result is going to be 15. Then correct, I need to get the result as 20 here. Again, 9 plus 8. So here, correct, the result is between 15 and 20. And the result which I'm expecting here is 20. Can you try and give me the answer by chat? So did you get the program, the question?
Yes.
So can you try and give me the answer? At least correct, let me know whether you're able to get the answer. If we add two numbers, and if the result is between 15 and 20, it need to return as 20. Otherwise, it need to return the sum. So here equal to 12 plus 10, 22. 8 plus 7, I am expecting 20. 9 plus 8, 20. Again, 5 plus 5 or 5 plus 6, I'm expecting the result as 11. So that's what you can see. Again, 9 plus 9, it should be 20. Are you able to do it? Or still trying, not trying? Anyone tried and got the answer?
Yes.
So this is what you can see, creating a function. And here, correct. I'm just adding two numbers. And if the sum is between these two values, 15 and 20. So that's what correct. I'm using the range here. So within this particular range, it is going to return as 20. Otherwise, correct, need to return the sum. So for example, if I just call sum of 12, 10, 22, then again sum of 8, 7. So that is equal to 15. You will get 20 here. So that's what you can see. So we are using a range function to get here. It is not necessary that you always need to use the range function. You can use if sum between, so that is 15 less than or equal to sum less than or equal to 20. That also correct, we can use it. That also give you the same. Again, write a program that will return true if the two given integer values are equal or their sum or the difference is 5. So that means correct, if two values are equal and if their difference equal to 5 or their sum equal to 5, then it need to return true. Otherwise, correct, need to return false. We are checking multiple conditions here. So that's what correct we try to do here. So this is what you can see, the test numbers and 7,2. And here you can see that one, are they same? They are not same. But what about the difference? That is 7 minus 2. This condition is getting true. So that's the reason you are able to get true here. So that means we are just checking both the numbers are same, or the difference is 5, or their sum is 5, it need to return true. Otherwise, it need to return false. So now correct, if I just give 10, 10. Again, you will get the result as true because both the numbers are same. Again, here correct, this is going to be false because none of these conditions are getting satisfied. Write a program to compute the distance between the points. So specifically correct, if you want to find the distance, the Pythagoras theorem x2 minus x1 all square, y2 minus y1 all square. So there are some examples which is specified. So I hope it is clear. And I'll go to the next topic. So that's the set. So we can continue with the set here. So we'll be knowing a set. So the set correct, the main difference between list and the set, there won't be no repeated values. There won't be no repeated values. This is my set 1. So this is going to be my set 2. And if you create a list here, so here correct, assume that this is my 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. If you're creating a list, obviously correct, what will happen? This values are going to repeat it 4 and 5. Even though correct, this is part of both. But in case of set, the values will not get repeated. And here correct, if I want to use the set, this is the symbol, we can use it. So we can use this symbol. The bracket, we can use it 10, 20, 30, 40, 30, 20, 50. And the result correct, you would be able to see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 here. So here you can see that when the values are not getting repeated. So here 30 is coming 2 times. It is not getting repeated, it is coming only once. So that's called the set. And the set correct, the normal operations, what we can do, we can use the union, we can do the intersection, we can do the difference, we can check the subset, superset, etc. So that's what we try to do. So here I have 2 sets here. This is what I have. So here correct 1, 2, 3, 4, set A, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, set B. So here correct, you can see that when these 2 values are common, 3, 4. Now if I want to do the union, I can use this symbol, A union B here. The result correct, you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is going to be the symbol for union. Again, if I want to do the intersection, I need to use this AND symbol. AND symbol correct, this will be the intersection symbol. So now if I want to find the difference, what will be the result you will be able to get here? A minus B. Can anyone tell the answer here? A equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, B equal to 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. What will be the difference here, A minus B?
One, two, three.
So it will not be 1, 2, 3, it will be 1 and 2.
Oh yeah, sorry. 3, 4 are common. Intersection.
3, 4 are common.
Yeah.
Similar to B minus A. 3, 4 are common. So only you will be able to get 5, 6, 8. So that's what you can see. It will be the union, intersection, etc. Again, if you go further. Again, we were discussing about union. Either I can use the symbol to do the union, A, union B. This is one option I can use it. Otherwise, correct, if I want to use the union, A dot union, I can use this A dot union B here. So this is correct. You can see that one, it is again going to be the union. So that means A union B, the same result you will be able to get. So now correct, if I want to do the intersection, I can use this AND symbol, or I can use the word intersection here. So A dot intersection here. So this is what you can use. So what is common? 3 and 4 is a common. That's the result you are able to get. Either I can use A union B or B union A. Both will be the same result. A intersection B, B intersection A, that will be the same result. Again, if you want to find the difference, A difference B, I can do it. So this is going to be 1, 2. Again, here correct, if you want to do the next value. So here correct, I can give B difference A. Will both the values be same? A difference B and B difference A?
No.
So it will not be same, it will be different. Here correct, there won't be no difference. Union and intersection, it will be the same. But the difference correct, you can see that it will be different. Because one is A minus B and the another one is B minus A. So that's what you can see. So now correct, if I want to convert a list to a set, etc., I can give list. And this is what I have here.
So now can we add the differences of 2 sets in a single set?
So yeah, difference B. This is what you're asking, right? the result correct, we can store it.
No, like 1, 2, and then comma 5, 6, 8.
1, 2, 5, 6, 8.
Yeah, the difference of A and B and B and A.
So this is what we have. This is equal to a difference. Through a different way, correct, we can do it. Directly can do it here. So then it's going to be. It's going to be the set which are having the. So direct additions might not be possible, but to a different way we can do it. 1, 2, 5, 6, 8. Then we were discussing about the difference. Then there is one more, is that subset and the superset as well. So my A equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my B equal to 4, 5. Again, I can use A dot is subset of so here correct, the result is going to be true. So either it will be true or false. I'm just checking whether B is a subset of A. We can see that this is a subset. So that's the result correct. You are able to get us true here. So now correct, if we just go here and find out the value correct, this is different. Obviously correct, this is going to be false. So similarly correct, we can use the superset as well. A, B, and this is a subset here. Now correct, if we want to do is superset of B here. That's what you can see. So the superset correct is a superset of B. You are getting true here. So that way the subset and the superset is going to work. So these are the different options we can use it. Subset, superset, etc. Union, intersection, difference. Again, correct, if you have list, we can convert to a set as well. We cannot perform any of the index-wise operations here. So that's going to be another challenge for the set, because whenever we create the set correct, the index is getting changed. So for example, if I want to remove it, so this is my A, and if I want to remove A dot remove, I can remove some value 3 here. So if you specify here, so this is what you can see, that when the value 3 got removed. Again, if you try to execute it, obviously you will get an error because it's already removed. So this is my A. But correct, I cannot use the delete operation. So I won't be able to use. So similarly, correct, if I want, I can use a discard as well. A remove. And there is one more option is that is called the discard. You can use the discard option. And if you execute it, that also correct, the value will get removed. And the only difference between a remove and the discard correct, if the value is present, it will be removed. Otherwise, it will not remove, but you will not get any error. So for example, if you use the remove statement, and if the value is not present, you are going to get, you will get an error. But if you use the discard, you will not get any error. So here correct, you can see that one, the value 3 is not there. Even though correct is not there, you will not get any error. So similarly, correct, if you want to apply the pop as well, I can use a pop, but it is randomly going to pick up one value. So now if I want to clear the list, here correct, I can use the delete. I can use A. So here, correct, the complete set will be removed. So here, the complete set will be removed. Again, if you want to clear the value, I can use the clear option also. The clear means the value will be cleared, but the set will still remain. So if after clearing, correct, if I print A, you will be able to get an empty set here. This is an empty set, you can see. So now this is a set which I have. And here, correct, if I try to use a dot append here, and I can try to do this. So there is an option, correct, through which we can add the value to a set as well. So not the append, we can use the word called add. The add, correct, we can use it to add the value to the set, not the append, sorry. So I can use a dot add. So we'll be able to add the value. So, but only one value, we can just add it. That's what you can see. The value, correct, whatever you add it, it will get added. So that way, correct, we can use it. Add, remove, discard, pop, clear. All these options are possible.
So can we add any value on particular position?
No, here, correct, the position won't be. So here, correct, there is no concept of index.
Okay.
So if I just give some true here. So any such operations, correct, what we want to do, you can quickly convert this to a list, and you can do the operation and you can convert it back if that is mandatory. So whatever, correct, if the set is there, convert this to a list, do all the such operations and convert it back to the set. That also, correct, another thing you can do it. So both are correct, lot of conversions we can do. And I will send you one more sheet which you want to practice it as well. So anyway, correct, over the weekend, I'll just get this sheet as well to you. And again, correct, this is small programs. So write a Python program to sum all the items in the list, write a program to multiply all the items in the list. Again, get the largest and the smallest number from the list, etc. Correct, small programs are there. And I will get this sheet as well, just spend some time and practice it this as well. So I'll get this sheet, that is case study 3. And also, correct, we discussed the case study 2 as well here. So that also, correct, you can practice it. And case study 3, I'm just sending you with the answers. So you can go through it as well. So if you don't have any question, we'll stop here and we'll continue the next class with the dictionary. And the same class, correct, we try to start with NumPy. So NumPy is going to be the next module. So the NumPy, correct, that is again related to the data science, NumPy, pandas, etc. That we will proceed it.
Novel, actually, I've sent you a code, a small code over the chat. So could you please check it? Is there any error or not?
Chat is not working to me because it might directly go into ZaranTech. I'm not able to get. Okay. So what is the code, or it's related to what?
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the simple code here, but I'm getting an error. So you find any problem in this code?
So A equal to enter the number, B equal to enter the number if A plus B equal to 15 or A plus B equal to 20, print 20, else 20. First of all, correct, after if, you need to give a colon there. After 20 there, correct, try to give a colon.
Okay.
Again, the else, correct, you need to move directly under if. If and else, correct, it should be the same. So after else also you need to give a colon.
Okay. Thank you.
A plus B equal to 15 or A plus B equal to 20. then 20. So here correct, you're ending 20 plus 30. The sum equal to 30, right? So you're getting it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, fine. So I given you the answer correct. I showed you the answer, and you can just check the answer from the sheet because I did it in a different way, right? I use the range function, or you need to use the between here, 15 to 20. So spend some time over the weekend and try to complete the exercise, etc.
Hey there! Want to dive deep into Python for data science? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll master Python for data analysis. It's like a Swiss Army knife for crunching numbers and finding insights. Our curriculum covers everything, from basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are industry pros with years of experience. They're dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions, and the reviews speak for themselves. Our students rave about how this course has transformed their skills. Joining is affordable too. This incredible learning opportunity fits any budget. Ready to become a Python data wizard? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.